Not all series start their seasons with the biggest race of the year, but we do. It's a track with more than 60 years of history. Legends are made here.
Cale hits him. He slides. Donnie Allison slides.
It's the Dale and Dale show, and Dale Jarrett's going to win the Daytona 500.
And for some legends, they make the racetrack.
20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. Dale Earnhardt will come to the caution flag to win the Daytona 500. Finally.
Last year's race may have been the best we've ever seen.
Ryan Doucette at the line is going to win the Barr Visuals FTF 500.
Tonight, 45 drivers will try to raise the bar. The 10th season of the FTF Cup Series and the 10th Barr Visuals FTF 500 next.
Wyatt Tinsley sends it to the outside. He can't get there. Kevin King is going to win the Barr Visual FTF Cup Series.
To the lead. Bud gets wrecked in front of the pack. He saves it. 3-4 wide as they come to the white flag.
Here comes Vargas down on the apron. They are 5 wide. Ian Plash will win it at the line.
Is this package?
Oh, there goes Jordan Lopez Jr. That's your race leader. Caution flag is out.
Still no one willing to give up as they are going to be dead even off of the first chicane.
Oh, he saves it. What's going to happen here? Here comes the canvas. Get your front gear.
He's got it. He's got it.
Canvas is going to win.
The Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series welcomes you to the virtual Daytona International Speedway, where tonight, the 10th Barr Visual FTF 500. It's the 10th anniversary, the 10th year of the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series, and the 10th anniversary of perhaps one of the biggest races in sim racing. So glad you could join us tonight. Here from Daytona, Jacob Hitz, Caleb Hoffman, Sean Butler, here with you, Justin Malillo, our producer, for tonight. Gentlemen, we've made it all the way through from preseason thunder to qualifying, duels, the soup. We're out of it all. 500 miles tonight to win it all.
I mean, it's going to be a very fun night, Jacob. And, obviously this whole event is about storylines. And, with, guys like Ryan Doucette, winning it last year. And, the question becomes now, who's going to be that one to really rise up? And after 500 miles, we're going to be sitting here for 4.5 hours watching these guys. It's going to take all your mental willpower. Everything you've got is going to go into winning this race. And hopefully tonight, one of these 40 guys is going to be the champion of this event.
Sean, it's not difficult to make this race. Just 45 spots. You know, of course, the hard way that it's not easy to make this race. On the outside looking in, the only way you would have been able to make it was through the soup last night. What does it mean for these drivers now to be on this stage, to be part of the cream of the crop?
Well, Jacob, I appreciate you saving that question for me as someone who didn't make the race this year, so I appreciate that. But nonetheless, it is extremely difficult. Much like the Firecracker, a lot of people try to qualify for this race, and it's so tough because super speedway racing is such a lottery on iRacing sometimes. You have just wrecks you can't avoid, unforeseen circumstances happening, acts of God in some ways. You never know what can happen to affect your race in these things. So you just have to be at the right place at the right time in some instances, and hopefully all the dominoes and all the chips fall your way at some points. But just making it is half the battle, literally. You still got to get all the way through the end of the big show. And we saw what Malik Ray had to do in the tiny text to get in. And his race is just beginning after that, really. So he's coming from the very back of the field to win this thing. And nobody has a bigger uphill battle than he does in this race. So just one of the many storylines going in, and I'm very excited to see how this thing plays out.
Another storyline this year, the defending race winner of the Barr Visuals FTF 500, Ryan Doucette, will not race tonight. He joins the program right now. And Ryan, I know it's tough. You were in the Tiny Techs last night trying to be that one driver to advance. Things didn't go your way last night. Now you're forced to watch pretty much from the spotter stand or the pit box or the couch at home. You do have a teammate in this race, though, tonight, Michael Cozy Jr., the lone Altus Esport guy in the field. Is plan to just help out driver number 65 tonight?
Yep, I'll be rooting for Mr. Cozy from afar. I've got my money on him.
How tough is it to sit back and watch this race instead of being a part of it this year?
It sucks. I mean, I knew once I ended up in the Tiny Text, it was Jover. I needed to win, obviously, and that's so tough out of 40 plus cars, however many cars were in the Tiny Text last night. I think it was like 47, and it didn't work out. I know I was a bit of a weapon, actually. I felt really bad about it. I know people were not happy with me, and yeah, it's gonna change before the next race, I'm sure.
Well, Brian, we appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight. And I know you started out the year pretty strong, winning last year. Are we going to see any couple more races this year compared to last year?
I hope so. It gets a little tough when the real-life race season comes around and Saturday nights become busy. But I think I'm going to try and prioritize FTF a little bit more this season. I think I basically used the Tiny Text race last night as my practice for Coke on Tuesday. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to using FTF towards. And I hopefully I talk to you guys more frequently.
There's Ryan Doucette, and he'll be watching from the pit box tonight. Watching Michael Cozy Jr., his teammate. Cozy starts outside the top 10. He'll start in the 18th spot. Next up, a former winner of this race, Michael P. Frisch. He's with Caleb.
And Frisch, a real familiar face here for us in the booth. I mean, coming off a core championship on Wednesday, how do you keep that momentum going, you think, into an event like this where you've had to qualify in, you've had to, battle through, to make it into the field. You've won this race before, you've been here, but how do you do it again?
Switching that momentum to luck, honestly. With how many great drivers we have in here and how many good super speedway racers that are going to be making a lot of big moves throughout the whole entire race. So it's going to be tough, but I think those main 150 laps are just getting them down really and having a clean car there at the end. And being on the lead lap. But we'll start showing our hands, start showing our moves towards the end. Don't want to give them up early and show them early, but I'm expecting a lot of chaos tonight. So, a lot of these guys been testing, and we found, a lot of stuff that's not adding up to maths and numbers with the iRacing simulation program with these cars. So it's going to be a fun night of just jogging around that and trying to predict a lot of that, so be there at the end. Got a lot of teammates to work with too, so that's a good thing.
Absolutely, and that Barr Visuals FTF Chevrolet is going to be starting off in the 40th position tonight. Hopefully we get to talk to you a little bit later on, Frisch, and keep you dialed up.
Yes, sir. You guys.
That's driver the number 58. We'll go back to you, Jacob.
And we'll talk with another strong driver this year. That's Nate Stewart. He'll start from the 4th starting spot. Sean Butler's with him.
Well, they're claiming Nate Stewart as a strong driver in this year's field, but I beg to differ, Nate. But I'm totally joking, of course. You have a new paint scheme this year. It looks very good in that car. So what do you think your strategy is going to be to get that number 4 to victory lane tonight?
Ideally just employ the same thing I did in the duel. Just try to stay up front, stay out of wrecks, and, if I hopefully I don't end up sending myself to the back of the pack. And if I do, just methodically work my way through in our sim wrap market Toyota. and hopefully I just want to be there at the end. That's all I can ask for.
Now, one of the earlier quote-unquote crown jewel events to start off the sim racing calendar year happened a few weeks ago in the Winstell 400 at this same exact track. Not the same exact car, but a similar kind of draft model. So what are you going to take away from that race? Because you were very strong in that race as well, up front the whole entire time, pretty much. So what are you going to take away from that race and bring it into this one?
Yeah, I feel like I can actually take a lot from the Winstell 400. It's just working with people when you're around. Like, me, you, and a handful of others work together really well in that race. So I think working with the Dead Zone Racing guys tonight, like Derek Bordeaux, Justin Bolton, Jordan Haynes, working with them is going to be very important. And, Derek and Jordan were key in my dual win as well, so hopefully we can all get paired up together later on. And I feel like as long as Dead Zone driver wins, I'll be happy.
Now, last question before we send you back out there, hopefully for some more practice laps, but are you guys going to prioritize the top lane or the bottom lane at the end of this race? We saw just how powerful the left front quarter panel to right rear quarter panel side draft is in these things. Been like that for years now. So how is that going to play a factor into your guys' strategy to get to the end of this thing?
Yeah, it's really all just going to come down to it. I think it's going to be variable. I feel like the side draft is still pretty strong on the left rear from the right front, but it's extremely strong on the right rear coming from the left front. So, I mean, it's really just going to depend on who's with me, who's in what lane. I know in the duel we prioritize the top there at the end, and then I had to block both lanes in turn 4. So it's really just going to come down to what we're able to come up with later on. And yeah, hopefully our Simbrat Market Toyota Camry is standing on top at the end of this.
Well, Nate, dude, good luck to you, man. As a fellow Dead Zone driver myself, so I'll be pulling for you guys. So keep those things clean, and I'll hopefully get to talk to one of you, particularly you, at the end of this thing. Go get him tonight.
10-4, thank you.
Jacob.
That is Nate Stewart. Again, he'll start in the 4th spot at the drop of the green flag. We'll start with another driver who got in thanks to where he was at in points last year, and it's the second year in a row he's using that points provisional. Wyatt Tinsley will start at the back. Wyatt, we know you're strong at these 2.5-mile racetracks, but you're going to have a long night ahead starting from the back of the pack. How are you going to get to the front and make it happen?
3 wide up the middle. That's what we're going to do. Hold up. I'm downstairs getting some water right now, so we're trying to get prepared for this race.
Impeccable timing, Wyatt.
Yeah, but yeah, 3 right up the middle, probably first lap. We're gonna go to the front. It's every lap you lead is $1. So, just like we did in the duels, it's 3 wide up the middle. Get to the front, stay up front, stay clean, and put ourselves in a good position for the race.
Is there any concern? Is there any concern tonight with that plan of 3 wide up the middle based off what we saw last night with drivers getting 3 wide and then whether they touch, they don't touch, and then carnage ensues? Is there any concern about that tonight?
No concern unless, I mean, it depends on like who you're around, to be honest with you. Like some people know their weapons and some people like are good racers in a din. And I'm sure like after like last night, I feel like everyone is like on their toes about everything, and I feel like everyone's gonna race great and clean the night, hopefully, and we'll see how it goes. I'm excited to be here. I appreciate Justin and everyone that puts on FTF, of course all the broadcasters too, and yeah, we're just happy to be here. It's a long race. It's too long, 200 laps. I think feel like I'm doing too many Daytona races this week because we got Coke on Tuesday, and then we had the Clash last week, and then we had the duels, and then we have another Daytona 500 that I'm probably going to be doing this week. So, yeah. It's going to be a long week, but I mean, I feel like I could put myself in the correct position at the end and make it.
All right, that's Wyatt Tinsley. He'll start 43rd tonight. Wyatt, best of luck.
Thank you.
That is Wyatt Tinsley driver of the 20 for Pioneer Esports in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. You'll see that race Tuesday night, 9 o'clock Eastern. The field is gridding right now, which means we get to take a look at our starting grid. Alexander Van de Sant, rookie in FTF and in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. He lines up position number 1. And for the second year in a row, Kevin McAdams lines up on the outside pole. Dylan Alt won duel number 1. He will start in the 3rd spot. Nate Stewart, the winner of duel 2, starts on the outside of row 2. Drew Jua and Derek Bordeaux will start in row number 3. Kyler Wynn, very aggressive on the super speedways. He starts in 7th. Braxton Deweese, another rookie, he will start 8th. David L. Brown and rookie Sean M. Conklin round out the top 10, Caleb.
Row 6, you're going to find Blake Reynolds, best finish of 8th last year, hoping to improve on that today. Jordan Haynes, another rookie to his outside, starting in the 12th position. Steven Gibson in that number 21 Camry, another rookie, did not qualify for this event last year, had a good run in the duels, and he will start on the inside of row 7 alongside Brian Blackford from Seminole, Florida, in the drafty car Chevy Camaro. Jack Mace in row number 8. Starting on the inside of AJ Green, who makes up the rest of that row. Row 9, Ryan Araki with Michael Cozy Jr. to his outside. Another guy to watch out for here tonight. Rounding out your top 20, Brian Mercurio, another familiar face here for the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series. Rounding out your top 20 is Lucas Plessel.
Then row 11 sees Tyler Lanin in the 64, Paul Mikolajczyk in the 77. Row 12, Justin Bolton, rocking the 27 this year. Hamilton Akaboise to his outside. 25th sees Garrett Conrath in that iconic 900 in FTF competition. Ran that for a long time. Josh Chin will be to his outside, but I don't see Josh on the grid. There he is. He finally showed up. Cosmin Yanishu in the 84, former winner of this race, will roll off 27th. Josh Parker, former Coke Series driver, rolls off 28th. The 005, Zach Novak, and a very talented row, capping out row 15, Daniel Falkingham in the 54, Jacob.
Look at the rest of our field. 31st, Lawson Peel. To the outside will be Chris Wetz. Jake Nichols and Kyle Merkel, 2 rookies to the Barr Visual FTF 500 this year. We'll line up in row 17. Row 18, Matthew Zwack. Last year, he won himself into the Barr Visuals FTF 500. He won the Tiny Text. He took the money. He did not take the seat in the big dance. That wound up to Zach Hudson, the 4th place driver last year. He'll line up there in row 18 with Santiago Tires to the outside in his first Barr Visual FTF 500. Jake Matheson there in row 19 with Seth Knoll to the outside. Last year's champion Parker White lines up in the 29th spot. And the 2021 winner of this race, Michael P. Fresh, lines up in 40th. Got your final 5 back here. Kevin King, Brandon Hawken, Wyatt Tinsley, who we spoke to earlier, Dalen Barr, your sponsor provisional for tonight in the 91, and Malik Ray, who will start shotgun in the field, 45th, after winning his way in through the Tiny Text last night. The field on its first of 3 pace laps around the Daytona International Speedway. They'll come down pit road, check their pit speed. Pit speed tonight, 60 miles an hour. Pace car speed, 70 miles an hour. A check at your weather. Air temp, 81 degrees. Track temp, it's toasty, Sean, 115 degrees.
Definitely, and that's a Kevin McAdams special right there. Wanted to make it hot, but not too hot for these drivers. They'll still be sliding around just a little bit. I love them going down pit road, by the way. I absolutely love that. But it's going to be tricky out here. Guys can't really make the breakneck moves that they are able to make in official series. We see these guys just, jutting around on the track, making all these type of sudden moves. Gotta think twice about that with this with the air temp here. So air temp 81, track temp 115. Fortunately, the wind is only 2 miles per hour. Moon car weather is not a factor in this, but definitely going to have to make these guys think twice about lane changes and moves they have to make.
Let's check in with our reigning NASCAR Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series champion Parker White. Parker, 14 wins last year in this series. None of them, though, were at a plate track. You like the magic for tonight?
Not really, honestly. I don't think my chances are going to be all that good. I'm kind of just going to send it, just see where it puts me, because this style of racing is just so unpredictable. I don't think there's really any chance that I could actually call my shot and say I'm going to win, but I think I could get a decent finish, but I think it's going to take a lot.
What about learning for Tuesday? Obviously, you've got the Coke Series race coming up in just a couple of days. Is there something tonight that you want to try out in advance for Tuesday, or is it more just seeing how the car is handled in the draft?
Handling will probably be different since that'll be open setup on Tuesday, but mainly just seeing how the draft works, how pushing works, and just how the draft model works in general. That should be quite useful for tonight and loading for Tuesday.
All right, well, Parker White, you'll get the 1 to green here. We'll let you get back downstairs with your teammates. Best of luck, and potentially we'll see you at the end of this deal.
Thank you.
That is Parker White.
Really quick question, Jacob, concerning Parker. If he wins again tonight, is there any question that we didn't ask him last year in victory lane post-race interviews? Because he won 14 races. I mean, there's not much more we could talk about with him.
That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure, but we did see him just about every single week. There were some weeks like Pocono. He wrecked 3 times and still won that race. Half a lap away. Yep, he's figured it out. Half a lap away from the green flag here at Daytona. Final thoughts, guys, before we get the green.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that steps out to me here is just analyzing this first lap and seeing the moves, especially from the guys that are kind of around this pack. This is a long race, all right? We got 500 miles ahead of us, 200 laps. I mean, what's going to be the mindset? That strategy of, do you want to follow the back and try to avoid a potential wreck here early, or do you want to press your luck and try to get to the front and start leading laps? We heard guys like Wyatt Tinsley, kind of the strategy is just to send it here, and how does that affect everybody else around him? So lots of differing mindsets, and it makes a lot of these big races interesting. So we'll see how it plays out here.
Anything, Sean?
I mean, I can't really speak on what Caleb was saying. He hit the nail right on the head. As everyone was talking about, this thing is unpredictable. All these guys have to worry about, be there at the end, and the chips will fall where they may. But we're getting ready to go. Pace car is ducking off, and we're ready to kick off the 2024 Barr Visuals FTF season, Jacob.
Alexander Van Desant and Kevin McAdams lead us down to the green flag. We are racing at Daytona. Two by two through the whole field as they come off the corner. Nate Stewart got a little high, wide, and handsome, but at the line, it's a photo finish. I'm not sure. Kevin McAdams did lead the lap by 5/1000ths of a second, and as a treat, he gets to go to the back of the field in the sucker hole. He has a gap to the inside. He's letting line by Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, that's a big move there. I mean, absolute just anchor attached to the back of that race car. You get left out to dry like that. I mean, Nate Stewart made a move in turn 3. I thought he was going to try to get around him, but I don't know if Kevin was just, sitting back a little too much for Nate or what was going on there. But early on, you get shuffled out like that, but still a long race to go.
Dylan Alt, the leader of the Barr Visuals FTF 500 as we come to complete lap number 2. Obviously, the first major points-paying race for the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series season. We do have stage racing tonight. Stage 1 ends at the end of lap 50. Stage 2 ends at the halfway mark, lap 100. Now we go all the way to the checkered flag. One thing unique to FTF, Sean, no cautions at the stage breaks. We keep on racing when we get to the end of lap 50.
As it should be in the real deal. Hopefully they'll realize that soon, but I mean, I guess commercial money is big up there, so more power to them. But FTF's doing it the right way. You know, we have our stages, yes, but we keep going. As Jacob said, the only yellows that will come out are cautions for crashes. So keep that in mind if you're a first-time Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series watcher. As the battling up front, guys, is getting pretty hectic. I mean, they're very organized right there, but Kyler Wynn has taken that factory setups Camaro to the front. David L. Brown right behind him. Sean M., not me, but Conklin running P3. Like the look of that car, by the way. We were talking about that in qualifying that 54, so good to see another Sean M. at the front of an FTF field. But this is how we'll see this race, guys. We'll have the front of the field looking kind of racy, you know, competing pretty hard, and then everybody else behind them you'll see just running single file somewhere. So you got your racers at the front, your chillers in the back. So this will be just a cavalcade of strategies as this race plays out.
Kyler Wynn will lead lap number 4 across the line. That two-car breakaway up on the top of the racetrack. And you talk about some of those guys at the back. That includes Michael P. Frisch back in 44th place. They are only 3 seconds back, and they're still in the lead draft all the way back there as you ride on board with the 182. Well, you did. Not anymore as they make their way 2 by 2 down the back.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been a big trend up here at the front as well, where I've seen a lot of guys, instead of, you know, letting off that throttle and losing that momentum, I mean, they've kind of just been ducking their cars to the outside, and it's been misaligning, you know, each one of these groups. You see Kyler Wynn coming down on David L. Brown there out of turn number 4. Big push to the back end of that number 82 machine. But, I mean, you know, you can't get out of the throttle like that. You can't stack up everybody else behind you because that's going to be bad news. So you're opting, you know, to try to find free real estate on the racetrack. And if you're not careful, could lead to a wreck later on in this race.
Even though they're 2 by 2 and they're pretty single file as David L. Brown pulls out a line, I think maybe he wants to go to the back, but the way he pulled over, it's almost like he got a bad push from Dylan Alt because he didn't necessarily throw the anchor out there. He's still in line right behind Kevin McAdams. Even though they're 2 by 2, Sean, there's still that nervous energy of, I've seen this before. I don't know if they'll go green or how long they'll go. They only made it about 8 laps last year in this race.
I mean, we're coming up to lap 8, so we'll see if they've learned their lesson with this one currently working lap number 7. But I think the talent pool in this field is good enough. Everyone's smart enough to think big picture. I mean, the common saying in racing, not just sim racing, but all of racing, is you can't win the race on lap 1. So, but you can damn well lose it on lap 1. So a lot of these guys playing by that. And by the way, that one guy in the middle you see on your screen here, Malik Ray, he is not wasting any time getting through this field. He is currently sitting in P27 after starting 45th in that. He's got Wyatt Tinsley behind him. And as you mentioned in our pre-race, or as he mentioned in our pre-race interview, that's getting really tight there. Josh Chin, you're 3 wide there.
Dalen Barr, that's the sponsor provisional.
That is Dalen Barr. So my apologies, Josh. The purple cars got me. But nonetheless, racing at the front of the field is hectic, and apparently at the back of the field it's hectic.
Goodness. Well, they kept it together in the back of the pack. Good battle for the lead going on between Wynn and, well, there goes Sean M. Conklin into the sucker hole. He gets passed by Dylan Alt on the high side, and he is going to get freight train. Not a lot of help in the middle. Caleb, we may see that line start to develop later on in this race, but for now, it's no man's land. You either want to be on the very top or the very bottom.
Absolutely. And I mean, as the aggression starts to pick up, you're going to see that third lane coming into formation for sure. But right now, I mean, again, everybody's just trying to ride around. And the most risk-averse people is
Van de Sant out of control, down onto the apron off turn number 2. He'll merge back up into the pack relatively safely. That's your pulse hitter. He was in 3rd. Gonna need a replay. He had Kevin McAdams right behind. And this may be our first situation of a bad bump.
Now, we mentioned that. Let's take another look. Let's see if we can get a good look. The two cars on the bottom side. Kevin trying to time the bump, just bumps him off the corner. Good job saving that car by Alex. But he goes from P3 all the way back to, it looks like he's going to be back in 23rd right now. So we saw Jacob right there. It can go from good to bad in literally a blink of an eye, as we saw right there. But good heads-up driving by everybody to let him back up onto the racetrack.
Kyler Wynn, big block at the front of the field on Nate Stewart. Derek Bordeaux in the third spot there on the inside line, the 034. He's got Dylan Alt and Drew Jua up on the top of the racetrack. It's that 38 Starbucks machine. Now here comes Stewart to the outside line to take the lead away from Kyler Wynn. And in talking with Nate Stewart, both in pre-race tonight and earlier on this week, he feels very confident about what he can do here on the plate tracks. He's had a very strong week. Won his duel. Had a strong car in UFL at Daytona. He's trying to win his second race in the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series and his second on a plate track. He won at Talladega in the fall 2 years ago, back in 2022.
He won the GNS race, too.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that as well with his, first career win and only so far coming at Talladega. So, I mean, we know he knows how to get it done, and he's been a good leader up here. As you see, big move coming from Kevin McAdams. Yeah, there he goes down in front of David L. Brown. He kind of, threaded that needle a little bit in the middle line for a second, but very quietly as well. Look who's creeped up almost into the top 5. It's Michael Cozy Jr. on that inside lane. He's pushing David L. Brown right now.
What a surprise. And he's in a new number this year. He'd been running the number 99 for the last several years, but he didn't make enough races. He wasn't high enough in points, so when we got to signups this year, the number instead went to Jonathan Oshalem, who didn't even make the race. He was in the Tiny Tex last night, didn't make his way in, and Cozy took the first available 2-digit number, which at the time was 65.
It's disgusting.
So, yeah, maybe an incentive for Cozy to show up more. And he can't rely on the points this year again because he didn't make a lot of starts. So he has to qualify his way in. But if he's able to do that, maybe rattle off a couple of wins, he may return to the 99 next year. We'll have to see.
He could have just been like the 299. I think the 199's taken, but he could have been like the 299 or 399,
well, I think he doesn't like the 3-digit numbers, which is why he picked the first available two-digit number, which is 65. I don't know. Props to Drive Through, though, as painter Davin Cornelius for having a Starcom number font ready to go. So it's the same font, just a different number on the door. It's got Daniel
big move there
Falkingham.
from Dylan Alt.
It's got Falkingham right behind, and here comes Kyler Wynn to the outside of the aforementioned Dylan Alt, Caleb.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just big moves made all over the place. Like a lot of guys switching lanes, and something we've seen the past few laps. I mean, that inside lane really starting to come alive. We've seen them gap that outside lane in turns 3 and 4, especially the last few laps. You'll see David L. Brown and Kyler Wynn going crazy trying to catch up with them on the outside lane here. But, I mean, that shorter way around the racetrack right now is proven to be the preferred line, at least so far. And we'll see if that changes throughout this race. But that outside lane is just getting stacked up over and over, it feels like.
And we saw last night, especially in the Tiny Tex, that outside line seemed to be the preferred line. Is that, Sean, something that as the track cools down, the lights come up, then that outside line will really start to get rolling?
It really depends. I mean, it just depends on where all the momentum is, so to speak. Like, Kevin should jump up here, but he's not. He's going to stay on the bottom. Falkenham's going to go up. It really depends who's pushing that lead car in line. So we'll watch Kyler here, the second car in line on the outside. He's a very good pusher in these cars and pretty much in anything that requires bump traffic. He's going to back off of Daniel Falkingham for a bit, cool his car down, something I did not know existed in the pre-race, the pre-season stuff. Apparently I blew up twice in them. But it's going to be a matter of who has the best help and which line has the most momentum in these cars. Whoever is able to dictate the momentum is going to have the advantage. And we see right now there really is no distinct advantage, and I kind of like that. We're going to see drivers, ducking in and out of line, going from the top to the bottom here, as Falkingham's going to have to decide where he's going to go. And right now it looks like he's got a very solid push from Dylan Alt as they're pulling away down the back straightaway.
Yeah, he's gotten a couple of huge bumps on that outside line from the Letarte Esport machine, and now Alt hangs a left, goes to the bottom of the racetrack, and wants to lead himself.
Oh, and look at Nate Stewart. He's not content. He's going to go 3 wide to that outside. He has Bordeaux pushing him. Falkingham will go up to block, and now all of a sudden Conklin is just left out to dry. No help whatsoever. He'll have to find a spot in line. And I mean, Sean, I guess my big question is, you know, if you're one of these guys up front, say like a Kevin McAdams right now, you know, are you looking around for different drivers to see who's going to be good at pushing to try to identify where that momentum's coming from? Or is it, you know, just kind of sit in your lane and, you know, try to make it work?
Well, knowing Kevin, he's a really patient driver, so he is definitely one to mix his strategy up a little bit. But it's tough to tell at this point because everybody... Oh, Nate gets turned almost. He's able to save it. Goes up into Blake Reynolds. He got a little bit of help. I believe that was Derek Bordeaux that gave him a shove there. But back to what I was saying before they wanted to wreck. It really just depends on what's happening. Kevin has to, you know, drivers like Kevin, he's a really cerebral driver. He feels out, you know, what's going on around him. We'll get a replay here. Watch this yellow car. Third in line on the top side, the 34. Nate Stewart is pushing Daniel Falkingham, and Falkingham leaves the lane, and Bordeaux just closes up a little bit and hip checks Nate Stewart down into Blake Reynolds. I believe all of those are teammates for that, so good job by all of those guys. But nonetheless, however the action is being dictated around drivers, that's how they'll react to it. But from what we heard in pre-race, it's $1 for every lap led, so I doubt we'll see very much relaxation up here. Here comes Kyler Wynn looking to the lead for the outside from Dylan Alt.
They're picking a pretty bad time to get racy. Here comes Cozy up the middle with a huge push from Braxton DeWeese, and Michael Cozy Jr. takes the lead of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Kyler Wynn slides back. It's going to get dicey. That outside line really had to stack up in turn 2, but they figured it out, and I think we're okay. Michael Cozy Jr. is the leader of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Unfortunately, we have to step aside and take our first break of the race. When we come back, though, stage number 1 continues of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. We are back here on FTF for the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series, live from Daytona International Speedway. It's the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Jacob Pitts, Caleb Hoffman, Sean Butler with you. Dylan Alt, currently your race leader, completing lap number 22 of 200. And of course, stage 1 ends at the end of lap 50. We don't get a caution there, but the fuel window, around 35 to 40 laps. So you do not have enough fuel to make it to the end of the stage. Sean, when are you going to come to pit road here?
Well, there's two different ways of going about it. One, you're just focused on winning the race, and you'll just run it out until the very end, and you're only worried about, like I said, getting to the final checkered flag. Or if you're points racing, let's say who's notorious for that. Ryan DeRocky is very notorious for that. He pulls all these wacky strategies out. There's RNC there. The iconic number 37, just chilling all the way back in 27th by design, of course. So we might see him just play the strategy of, all right, we'll come in, we'll top off, get to the end of the stage. So just really depends. You could split it in half, I think, which is what most guys will do. Maybe we could see people coming in as early as next lap or in a couple of laps. So it's exciting to see, though, because that's the beauty, I guess, about these shortened fuel cell super speedway races. Really makes these guys think of when they need to come in and optimize their time.
Of course, talk about Ryan Naraki. He's used that strategy to win the 500. He did that on NR back in 2020. 3 wide, a little further back. Here comes the puffer zone machine. That's Tyler Lannon in the 64. Not bad here at Daytona. He's finished high of 19 2 years ago. Didn't try this race last year. Now Josh Parker up the middle in the 3 wide in the middle.
Chris Wett's tagged the wall a little bit on that outside lane. Conklin's got to find a spot in line once again. But, I mean, that last lap, it was a huge run from Lannon. They were just shot out of a cannon going up that middle line and got 5 to 10 spots. I mean, a really impressive run if they can somehow figure out how to do that again. But Josh Parker using that run now, leading that inside lane. You see Lannon is slotted in on the outside right now. About the 5th car running in line up on that outside lane. I mean, they've been really racy here, and I mean, all that talk about strategy, I mean, it would go out the window if we get a wreck here soon, which, I mean, how they're racing, I wouldn't be completely surprised here in the next few laps.
Stop it, Caleb. Don't speak it into existence.
You want me to
early.
knock on wood here?
I want you to stop talking.
I'm getting heavy Landon Castle and Parker Kligerman vibes from the Firecracker.
no.
They try to do that multiple times.
Oh, man. Wynn and Tinsley both up the racetrack. They're off turn number 2.
A driver we haven't talked much about at all, Jacob, leading that inside line. That's the 3 of Josh Parker. He's been all over the place in this race so far. He's plus 27 in the group, so he's definitely been to the back, to the front, but the biggest mover in this race by far is the guy just ahead of him. Well, I guess he's further ahead of him now. Second car in line is P2, Wyatt Tinsley. We saw him back there with Malik. He is plus 41 in this race all the way up to second. So we talk about comers and goers in these super speedway races. Wyatt Tinsley, he was talking about coming up through the middle at the start, and we were concerned about how that strategy would work. Well, it appears to have worked as he's found his way up into the podium spots.
But he didn't quite have to use the middle as much as I think he thought he was in pre-race. Just kind of made his way up naturally through the field as Wynn continues to lead the field around. But how about Tyler Lannon here in the puffer zone car? First on the inside line. He sits now 4th as Falkingham drops to the bottom. Toyota power to the inside. And Wynn's going to throw the block.
Again, getting so racy at this point. This group just kind of straddling both lines, trying to use momentum as it comes and goes. You see they go up to that outside to steal the momentum from Tinsley, and then once Parker and Bordeaux get something going here on the inside, I assume they'll drop down. At least that's been the trend the last few laps, but I got to wonder if somebody's going to, poke out and try to form a third line here. Either, maybe a Nate Stewart, a Wyatt Tinsley. Some of those guys are ones I have my eyes on here in the coming laps.
"28 laps complete of 200. We are past the halfway point. in stage number 1. Here comes Lannon for the lead.
Oh!
Oh, man, Josh Parker out of line. He goes to the flat. That'll shuffle Bordeaux out of the way as well. And, whoa, Cozy gets bodied now by David L. Brown.
Somehow get it figured out. I don't know how they did. They were 4 wide for a second. Looks like David L. Brown and Michael Cozy Jr. making that little bit of contact, but they get it sorted out, and that's completely broken up the second half of the pack, and for good reason. I mean, everybody was out of the throttle there.
That was dicey. But still, we stay green.
Got another car we haven't talked about at all. The iconic 71 of Chris Wetz up here. The green and black car, second in line on the inside, currently sitting in 6th, gives a big shot to Wyatt Tinsley. Now, something we figured out, which is probably why we've seen so many drivers getting turned off the corners in these things, is I believe you want to be pushing these things on the left side of the rear bumper, because if you push on the right, it kind of slows you down a little bit. So you're going to see these guys kind of off center when they're pushing a little bit to try to compensate for that. Don't ask me why that is. It's just how it is in the sim for whatever reason. So expect that to play a big factor when you see guys trying to make their way up to the front. But right now, Wyatt Tinsley all over the rear bumper, defending champion Parker White looking to make that inside roll.
It would be fitting for Parker White to go out there and win this race after saying in pre-race to us that, whoa, as he goes up the hill, jumping up to the outside. Yikes.
I mean, and that's a big move, too. You got to be completely committed to that. And if you're Deweese, the one that was right behind him there, I mean, you got to figure out, you know, whether or not you have enough momentum where you need to be getting out of the throttle. And all that's happening in a split second and over the course of 200 laps. I mean, that wears on you. That is a very demanding task to do, to just sit around in here and figure out, you know, how that momentum is going to carry you and everybody around you. As you see, Deweese almost had to get out of the throttle there again. Kevin McAdams sitting in line behind him. Good thing he's not on the rear bumper, because again, that can come back and get you.
We will see these drivers pit here in the next 10 laps. I'm sure the gears are already turning in some of the drivers' minds here of when they want to visit pit road, because you don't want to visit pit road alone under green. You want to have, at least 3, 4, 5 cars with you?
I would say, I mean, you want to have at least a competitive amount of drivers to keep the speed up with everything, because pit stops are going to separate this field quite a bit depending on how much fuel these guys take. I'm not quite sure if they're going to take tires. I guess they might as well, because they're going to fill them and just take some tires, and that'll be the end of it. So expect these guys, everybody, when they come down, 4 tires, full tank of gas, and they'll be on their way. So just really depends on who executes the best on pit road. It's so important, not only in just other mile-and-a-half short track oval races, but super speedway races, in my opinion, are some of the toughest pit roads to get onto, especially under green. You have to know when to brake, can't lock them up, can't speed, because if you speed, you're essentially ruining your race almost, because it's so tough to make up that lost time for a black flag under green flag stops.
I mean, it's got to be a coordinated effort too. Even if you execute perfectly, if you get on a pit road, you have a pack coming with you. If not everyone's on the same page in terms of, some of you guys are taking 4, some are just going fuel only. I mean, and that's going to split you up even more. So, again, I mean, it's a thing that you got to make sure that you've coordinated out, and you have a plan and have a strategy going into this thing. It's not just something that you can do on a whim.
34 laps complete. Kyler Wynn continues to lead this race. You do get $1 for each lap you lead. Kyler Wynn's in the double digits as far as what he's owed. I'm sure he'd like to add a 3rd digit onto that and win the $500 that goes along with winning the race tonight. More than just about $2,800 in prize money from this race tonight on the line throughout the entire field.
I'm kind of surprised right now with that incentive, Jacob. The high line has just been content to just run together. I mean, Daniel Falkenham has not left the rear bumper of Kyler Wynn for a number of laps as he almost wrecks him out of the tri-oval. But Michael Cozy Jr. just farther back, just forced himself through the middle there, ducks down in front of Parker White. Now he's going to be on the bottom side with a big shot from our defending series champion. So expect that bottom lane to get moving here as there goes White all over Cozy, and that inside lane is coming.
Here they come. Up to third, up to second, and even with Falkingham all over the back bumper of Kyler Wynn, not enough. Side by side for the top spot. Coming to 36 laps complete. Cozy on the inside line. You've got Kyler Wynn upstairs, and he's got the run off the corner.
And again, this is a difficult spot to be in, especially for those cars on the outside if you're planning to come down pit road, because you're going to have to get down on that inside lane here in the next few laps. I mean, we know this window is coming to an end sometime soon, and these guys are going to have to all pit within it. So, I mean, Cozy getting to the inside maybe in preparation for that, and then, you know, just the added advantage of now being more up towards the front in terms of track position.
Still haven't heard any calls over the radio about green flag pit stops. We're off to a very strong start, though.
Very surprised that none of these guys tried to split that first part of the stage up, as here we go for the lead. Daniel Falkenham picks his spot. Kyler Wynn goes down to side draft. Kyler gets a big shot from Sean Conklin there off the corner. Braxton DeWeese following that third car in the top lane. Kevin McAdams following them through. And this is crazy. We have 4 Coke drivers hooked up down on the inside line, and they just cannot compete with this outside lane so far. We were talking about Nate Stewart and I this side draft before the race here, and it is just so tough to overcome if you got a bunch of guys that know what they're doing up there. But Kyler Wynn and Sean Conklin ducking down to the inside tells me pit stops are coming soon, guys.
That's what I was thinking, dropping down and then not going back up to the high side. You also had those extra pace laps, too. So, yeah, I mean, you're already running extra laps and then having to go. So those pace laps, they hurt you, but you could also save fuel under that, which perhaps is why we haven't seen anybody come to pit row. But Sean M. Conklin comes over the radio and says he is pitting this time by. We'll see if anybody joins him. Kyler Wynn will join him, and it's just the top 2.
No.
Now, that explains a lot, though, because Kyler Wynn led a lot in this opening stint. He probably has a little less fuel than everybody else.
That's exactly the point I was going to make as well, is if you're sitting in line like this, then there is that opportunity to just gradually save lap by lap. Now, it's not going to get you too much. I'd still expect most of this pack to come down within the next 2 to 3 laps, but it can be enough to potentially spare you. But that is big for both Conklin and Kyler Wynn, for both of them to not have any help, and they're just kind of going to be on an island by themselves now.
Daniel Falkingham now the leader of the 500. As they come to complete lap 40, no takers to pit lane. It is tough, Sean, to go from 195 mile an hour to 60 by the time you get to the start of pit road, as Falkingham says he'll be pitting this time by.
Yep, so I think the floodgates are opening with the first 2 coming onto pit road, and
Black flag, Kyler Wynn.
Oh boy. That is what's loosely referred to as the Brian Hicks rule in FTF. You cannot drive through more than 5 pit stalls entering or exiting your pit box. So that is a black flag, and that is going to be tough to overcome for Kyler, as here comes our first wave of pit stops. Only 6 cars I can count, as everyone locks
Parker
up.
White. Van de Sant misses the entry.
Oh, Josh Parker sideways.
Parker White hit the inside pit wall and has to back up into his stop. No black flags, but what a disaster for the drivers getting onto pit road.
That might be one for Josh Parker for driving too many stalls, trying to save that thing, and Van de Sant for missing the entrance to pit road. So we'll see what race official Josh Mendoza says. But drivers coming out, and Caleb, I would expect to see the rest of these guys come on to pit road now.
Absolutely. And I think Cozy's going to lead this group, and a lot of guys, if Cozy goes, there he does. Everybody's going to come down with him, it feels like. Make sure they don't lock it up. Execution, again, so important here. And you can easily screw your race up and lose this thing.
Black flag, Josh Parker. You're exactly right, Sean. Too many stalls on entry. As everybody else has behaved themselves, it's not speeding or blend line violations. It's the pit boxes that has been grabbing everybody.
It's tricky
so far.
It's tricky. So Brian is actually in the chat, and he said in all caps, cease and desist after I mentioned his rules. So sorry, Brian, but don't coin rules for stuff.
Well,
I have one. I kind of do. Sort of. Here we go. Everybody.
Just about.
A good chunk of them.
Bordeaux stays out.
David Brown. Wow, what an entrance.
3 and 4 wide getting onto pit road, but no black flags.
Frisch overshot. He's got the first stall there. They're wrecking on pit road. Who is that?
That was a hard hit.
Akabueze, I think.
Hamilton Akabueze gets turned now. On iRacing, you're transparent on pit road if you're in the pit boxes, but if you're on the actual pit lane itself, you are not. What's going on here?
Mercurio, and that's the 74 of Kyle Merkel.
What is happening?
So the contact on pit road was Akabueze. He was in the far right lane, about missed his box, turned dead left, and got drop kicked by Paul Mikolajczyk.
So Frisch missed pit road. He lost a bunch of time. We had a wreck on pit road there. Hamilton Akabueze got turned. What? So this is Akabueze. Is that Lucas Plus? No, Lucas gets by him. Who is that turned him?
Mikolajczyk.
That's Paul Mikolajczyk.
The 77, nowhere for him to go.
That's actually a hell of a correction there by Hamilton turning that thing around. So, again, no fast repairs in this race. You got what you got. So you got to take care of your car, and that is not how these guys wanted to start, getting damage on the first set of pit stops.
Daniel Falkingham should eventually come around to take the race lead. Mercurio and Bordeaux here getting up to speed on the apron, but Falkingham flying around the outside of the racetrack, that green car leading the pack. Falkingham retakes the lead with 5.5 laps to go in stage number 1.
And I mean, this has just been an elaborate dance on the racetrack right now. Look at Cozy. He's going to shoot down, going to try to use this momentum to take the lead. But I mean, everybody has just been blending back up on the racetrack, and it's so difficult when you are fully up to speed and cars are on or coming off the pit lane, rather. Oh, his contact! Garrett Conrath almost goes around. He got in the back of Van de Sant.
He says he got a black flag. He hit the pit exit cone.
Don't think that will result in a penalty. We'll see what Josh Mendoza does. No, clear black flags. We're good. Take a look. That silver car with the orange roof number, second car on the inside, just shoving our pole sitter. He doesn't know Cozy's there. Oh, man. So these guys are able to communicate with each other. So Alex Van de Sant, I don't want to say it's his responsibility to, or if Garrett has a spotter, say, hey, up a little bit. Y'all are closing in on Cozy. And that's what can happen if there's no communication. So case in point, but good on these guys to keep everything going straight. And it looks like we're going to have a race to the end of the stage.
4 laps to go. We are in the buffer zone for stage number 1. 20 points on the line for the stage winner. Big checkup on the outside line as the guys on the bottom slid up the racetrack. And here comes...
Oh, Falkingham.
Oh, Cozy, and he got blocked by Dylan Alt going to the bottom of the racetrack.
And I mean, it's going to be hectic from now until the end of the stage. Everybody fighting for that stage win. Cozy's been all over the racetrack. Falkingham as well. I mean, that was a huge block, and it's not gonna lighten up here. I mean, you've seen 3 or 4 cars try to go together, and it's just so difficult when you're in a line to have to, brace for that. And it can cause stack-ups, and those can get bad really quickly. Almost a bad bump between Reynolds and Van de Sant. Van de Sant's going to have to catch back up to this group, but he'll be okay for right now. Coming to 2 to go on the stage.
Rookie Jake Matheson up on the outside of the racetrack. He started back in 37th. And here he is pushing the 54 and held up to the bottom, just clear of Dylan Alt. Going for the lead with 2 to go.
Jake Matheson with a huge move to the inside. He's going to take the lead side by side. Expect this top lane to side draft. David Brown, what does he do? Does he push Falkingham by Matheson? Does he go to the top? They're going to have a big run off of turn number 2. Dylan Alt all over the rear bumper, that 052, and they are dead even down the backstretch. Never mind.
Yeah, a good run on that outside line with DeWeese pushing Brown, pushing Falkingham. And the Interstate Batteries Toyota Lightning Strikes gets him to the front. Can he hold on? 1 more lap to go in stage number 1. Remember, there is no caution flag at the end of the stage unless they wreck.
And I don't know. Look at David L. Brown. He has a big move here. It's all about when you time this run, and we'll see DeWeese. He's all over the back bumper of Falkingham now. Will he dart out of line, or will he stay committed to the back of the 54 machine? Down the backstretch, here comes Drew Jua. Big block from Falkingham now. He's going to have to decide which lane he wants to go with.
He goes to the top, picks up Jua. That allows DeWeese to get the run on the bottom. Little twitch from Falkingham. He has the push, and he's almost going to get turned. Can he save it?
Wow.
What a save from Falkingham. And he's going to go from spinning to winning stage number 1.
Unbelievable.
What a save.
You saw the hands moving in that car. That is incredible stuff from Daniel Falkingham. All the races in Moon Car paying off in that thing to keep that car straight. How in the world did he do that? And that sealed the stage 1 win. Incredible stuff from Falkingham.
Wow.
All right, the race is over, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Daniel Falkingham is your winner.
Oh, my goodness.
That is just stage 1. We got 2 more.
Yep.
Hey, and I mean, not only 2 more, but that's what, a quarter way through this race, and we've been here for 50 laps. No caution, which has been incredible. I know I'm knocking on wood there saying that, but I mean, I've just been super impressed with everybody's, skills of, being able to get through this. It's been very compelling so far.
I think that was the sign, though, that we've been pretty easy with the pushes so far. You get a little aggressive, and that's when things get crazy. Maybe a little bit of a preview to what happens in lap 190. But, man.
Yeah, it's just like... Absolutely. I mean, I think you've seen right now that, at least at the end of that stage, that everybody so far has been just riding around, and it's just a question of when that aggressiveness picks up. Once time starts to tick and your laps run out, that's when you'll start to see that just every lap over and over, and that's what makes the end of these things so deadly.
I dare ask Jacob, our all-knowing FTF historian, the Gary Cohen of FTF, so to speak, how long, I guess Justin would qualify for this as well, he's seen a couple FTF races, but how long has the longest green flag run to open an FTF 500 been?
Checking.
We have to be approaching that soon, because I can't remember the last time we went 50-plus laps green to start a Barr Visuals FTF 500.
Well, last year I know for sure we went 8 laps before that first caution flag came out.
Okay. The chat is telling me 1,000 laps.
We are checking.
I don't think the Twitch chat is correct. It's not 1,000 laps.
I'll get back on the mic here. I think one year we went 125 laps, I want to say. So we went through both first stage and second stage. and we ended up getting, I want to say like 124, 125 or something like that.
I don't know if it's broken down on the NR sheets. It might be. I'm pulling those up right now.
Those do exist, by the way. That's the ancient history books of FTF.
Yep.
The Bible,
Cars
so
blinking.
to speak.
Somebody blinking here in this lead pack. Who is that?
Someone got an internet warning early in the race.
It's Matheson.
Jake Matheson. Josh Mendoza, race control, says 052 internet warning. Second internet warning that's been issued in this race. By the way, new leader Drew Jua in the Starbucks Nexus Esports Ford Mustang. That's an interesting combo there. Getting a shove from his teammate David Brown. So expect to see these Nexus guys. We heard Nate Stewart pre-race talking about he's going to work with the Dead Zone guys. And Caleb, these guys are going to be teaming up, trying to get each other to the front. We have the FTF drivers here, Dead Zone, all these team cars looking to hook up and get each other to the promised land in this thing.
Oh, and a stack up at the back of the field. Paul Mikolajczyk just had a big moment. Not quite sure what happened out of turn number 4. I think it was just a bad bump. He had a huge save. So, I mean, we're going to start seeing that around the field as well. And I'm really surprised that this first pack got grouped up after pit stops as well as they did. I thought it would be broken down into mini packs. We're going to see a replay of the incident between, it was Dalen Barr in the number 91 and then Paul Mikolajczyk. And you'll see why he queued up over the radio here, because this is a huge save. All the way down.
Dalen's not making very many friends to start this race. He had an incident early in the race, and definitely not ideal. But Trish in the chat asked, what does an internet warning mean? So essentially, if a driver has an unstable internet connection, that'll make their cars blink out and back in, and other drivers won't be able to see them. But occasionally, they'll be able to still feel them, and it could potentially cause wrecks. So race control will warn them, hey, your internet's acting up. Be sure to be careful about those around you, and if it keeps getting worse, you could be penalized. So that is essentially what the internet warning is.
Okay, so Sim Racer Hub does not keep track of when the cautions come out.
Van de Sant,
look out.
Lapped here. Again, our pole sitter had the difficulty going on a pit road, got the black flag for missing the pit entry. So he has his work cut out for him to get back in contention of this thing.
And I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure as well with Van de Sant. I mean, not only are you going to have to unlap yourself, but you'll have to crawl all the way from 45th, because we still have 45 cars running on this track right now, and he is the only one a lap down. So pretty crazy stat. What, 59 laps through this race, 58?
That's very impressive.
Buckingham.
Yeah. And, I mean, it was a pretty clean run of green flag stops. Got a little sloppy there in the middle, but like we talked about, the worst part was driving through too many boxes, either on your way in or on your way out of your stall. Other than that, not too bad.
I don't envy Michael Frisch, though. He has the very first box at the start of pit lane, and he, like we said, he overshot his box, and he lost himself considerable amount of time. I'm trying to see where he is relative. He's currently in 39th. There he is, leading a pack of a few cars. Kyle Merkel back there, Hamilton Akabueze. They're just sitting in line right now. That's all they pretty much can do. The chat wanted a Lucas Plusel update, so we'll get that out of the way. He's currently sitting in 29th in that iconic number 46.
Did we give the Brian Mercurio update too?
Do we need to? He almost wrecked a couple times, but he's currently in 14th.
Eric Webb's used his channel points to give ask for a driver update on Brian Mercurio. So Mercurio sits 13th right now. There you see him.
Let's see. We like Eric Webbler, so we will give him his update. As long as it's Eric asking, we'll allow it. I like that car, surprisingly. Brian, a noted New York Jets fan, likes to utilize the color. Likes to utilize the color green on his cars to represent that. And I wanted to make a joke about if he would have gotten involved in a wreck early in this race. It's similar to Aaron Rodgers' debut, but I was not going to do that.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh.
You can't say that.
The so-called New York football Jets.
Yeah, Brian.
Oh boy.
Also with the 41 on the door, I believe it's a Kurt Busch reference.
It is.
He's giving me he's giving me flashbacks here with the black and fluorescent green 41 back to his Stuart Haas days.
How about David Brown's hood? If we can go back on board with that shot we just had, Justin, of Dylan Alt, like if we get some separation here, the hood of David's car, that is loud. I like it though.
The rest of the car is just muted, silver, and then the hood of the car, woo!
This is about the time in the race broadcast where we just judge paint schemes. By the way, we have a lot of really good-looking cars in this field. I don't want to take that away. One thing that confused me is the 099 of Brandon Hawken. It's the yellow and silver car. You can see it on the inside lane a little bit there. That car was a Mustang last week, I think. What happened? Why did they bring two cars?
Yeah, on my sheet it says a Ford. So did he join in the wrong car?
Is there a penalty for that, Justin? So you could, if we get some separation here, it's a Chevy. It's clearly a Chevy. But he qualified in a Mustang. I remember it. I was here.
Oh boy. Well,
it is what it is.
Yep.
Yep. But yes, nonetheless.
The question is which car was the mistake, right? Was he supposed to
I don't
be
know.
in the
That's
Ford,
what I'm trying to think.
to be in the Chevy?
He's on the list as a Ford.
I'm pretty sure this is not the correct car. This is his car from last year. Like, I can't really go check and see what the contingencies look like, but if I were to check, they're probably last year.
Uh-oh. Isn't there a penalty for that?
Uh-oh.
Let's see.
You old NASCAR fans like myself would be familiar with broadcasters saying, this is the car they brought here last year and won with. Don't have that anymore.
Unfortunately.
But we're doing it in FTF apparently with Brandon Hawkins, so we'll see how that goes.
What was that one Dale Jr. car called where he just would go out and dominate? Won the 14,500.
The red-headed stepchild.
Amelia.
The red-headed stepchild
that's what
was
it was.
another one that he mentioned on the download.
By the
Amelia
way,
was
that
used a lot.
Hawkins' car has this year's contigs on it. It has the 10th year FTF logo on the side of it. Yep. Did he just peel them off the Ford and put them onto the Chevy? I'm not sure.
Are they taped on there? Did they just cut it out of the wrap on the Ford? And
a little bit of hot glue on the back of it.
It adhesived it on their Chevy?
At least he's got the roof number on it.
By the way, fun fact, the car I was alluding to with Dale Jr. in the Busch series, the red-headed stepchild that won him a boatload of races, built by Steve Park. So there you go. Fun fact for you. Look at me.
So cool, Sean.
Thank you. How about Blake Reynolds up here finally in the top four? Second car on the inside. Nearly wrecking Daniel Falkingham.
Yep.
That's what we saw. I mean, that was I don't think he was trying to go down to the inside lane or anything, but he definitely squeezed that 54. We'll see if he tries it again here in turns 3 and 4, but I think he's just going to sit up there. I mean, again, just doing a fantastic job of riding around right now and taking laps off the board. I mean, we are just flying through this race. I mean, I don't think we've eclipsed an hour yet, and we're already, over a quarter done with it.
Caleb, stop. I know what you're doing. Stop.
I'm not doing anything, Sean. I'm just commenting facts and statements that are true. Also known as facts.
10 o'clock p.m. on the Eastern Seaboard. We are 65 laps through the Barr Visuals FTF 500 here at Daytona. And I don't know if we've run out of things to talk about, but they're still side by side. They've been side by side for the last 30 laps.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, fucking it go. They saved it almost. Jua up and into the wall. Hawking around. The worst end of that deal, I think, goes to the 008 of Braxton DeWeese. And their caution's out on lap 66. That could have been a lot worse.
Thank you, Caleb.
I'm sorry. I will say that was the smallest big one I've ever seen. I mean, we'll get a replay right here, but it's a bad bump. Looks
that
like,
should have been 20 cars.
Absolutely.
Watch
Blake Reynolds down here. I mean, he just gets hooked up to that back end of the 54 and then just turns him around. And then channeling his inner Kyle Busch somehow just saves that thing. Jewett cannot. And then he and Hawken, I feel like, get the worst of that.
Who was that car on the outside lane that just got absolutely just turned up into? We'll see it again. So watch Blake Reynolds. That's the second car on the inside line there. And I want to know what happened. They try to go down in side draft. Is that net code, dare I say? It very well could be.
Oh,
Nonetheless, it doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, I think the worst out of that is Jua and DeWeese based off of damage, but we'll see what happens. Pit road is open, and it's about to be a very busy place. We were coming up probably about 15 laps away from the pit window, yeah. So everybody will come to pit road here, get service. Question is, 2 tires, 4 tires, no tires here, Sean? What do you like? What don't you like?
I would still take 4 just to be safe. You could probably get away with 2, even fuel only with that. But if you're going to fill it up, you might as well take 4.
Cozy missed his box. He's going to do a lap.
Jake Poulin on the 66, he bumped him. That's the official ruling from one of race control, Jake Poulin. Alexander Van de Sant will get the waiver round, so I believe he'll be back on the lead lap.
Blake Reynolds, fuel only. He takes the lead. 4 tires from everybody else. We will reset the field and get a restart when we come back. 67 laps complete in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. We'll be back. Back here on FTF and the Barr Visuals FTF 500. David L. Brown, see him there. Was going to be up inside the top 10. Instead, he's going to start at the back. Why? Drove through too many pit boxes on pit road.
The Hicks rule.
Under the caution flag, yep. Dylan Alt is your race leader. Matthew Zwack to the inside. Michael Cozy Jr. had to pit because, like I said, he missed his box when he came down onto pit road. We'll be at 31 laps to go in stage number 2. So these guys should be able to make it to the end of the stage on fuel. A couple drivers did come onto pit road to top off.
Brian Hicks is not happy with me. It's understandable. Sorry, Brian.
He's angry. He knows he has lost. Alt and Zwack on the front row. Back to green. First restart of the 500.
And we'll see how everybody goes. Look at Garrett Conrath going up to that top lane. Tyler Lannon almost got his ankles broken there. Sean Conklin up on that outside as well. And I wonder here if this outside lane gets stacked up too much, then they're actually going to lose momentum.
Alt, Matheson, and Conrath leading the outside line. Clear to the bottom, but they stay tucked up top to the wall.
How about the newest Coke Series driver leading that inside line, Matthew Zwack, getting a big push from the Puffer Zone Racing Network. There's Tyler Lannon in the 64. They're making some headway, but Jake Matheson in that 052 is such a good pusher as well. All the Coke drivers up here and the seasoned FTF veterans, they know how to push these things, and it's going to be very tough when you have two experienced drivers pushing like that on top. But inside line slowly making some progress there, but Lannon's got to do what I was not doing in the heat races beforehand and letting the car breathe for a while.
Yeah, breathing's pretty important.
Thank you, Jacob.
Yeah.
How about Santiago Tiras, third car in line on the inside, the 012. Have not seen him up here at all, and there he is, another former Coke Series driver in our midst. So again, I will say, FTF, the most talented league in iRacing. There, I said it. I've said it numerous times, I'll say it again.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is the best league on iRacing.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that without hesitation.
On paper.
And not because I get paid by them either. They don't pay me to say that. I don't need to get paid to say that.
Wait,
Justin's blushing. I can feel it from here. Thank you, Justin.
Wow.
All right, guys.
Where else could you go? Yeah, where else could you go 65 laps caution free? I don't think that'll happen in any other race that you see from here until
Firecracker.
The real one next week.
Just don't
okay, maybe the Firecracker.
I was about to say, literally happened in the Firecracker, Jacob. You were there.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Don't rewatch last night's time.
But the difference is this is a 500-mile race. The Firecracker's a 400-mile race. I would argue, though, the Firecracker's a little more impressive because of the car that they're driving.
There's Josh Mendoza chiming in on cue. 128 laps green.
Hey, Josh, when's the date for the Firecracker 400 this year?
What was that, Justin?
I don't know. Do we have it?
I don't know. Do we drop that, Josh? Do we have that?
Okay.
Breaking news?
You can hop in here whenever you want and just say it, Josh. It's fine.
Need money? I mean, come on now.
Are they going to do it around
Get Dale on the phone.
We call it the Nutcracker. Okay. Hey, Josh.
Jacob, you know it costs money to run big events, right?
Absolutely.
So give me some time. We're talking to lots of people. We're making things happen.
So it's in the works, is what you're saying. We're not quite there, but
we're in a bidding battle right now with HBO Max and Amazon Prime to figure out who's going to carry the TV rights for it. So, and then debating whether or not we want Prime Video to do the behind the scenes Drive to Survive style thing or Netflix. So we're working on that. Give us some time.
Okay.
All right.
Well, if you need some on-air talent, you know who to call.
I know absolutely who to call. You guys are a great group. So keep on keeping it green here. We'll see if we can beat Firecracker record.
Breaking
well, let's
news.
get
The
back
Firecracker will return in 2024. Thank you, Justin, for dropping that bombshell on everybody.
Oh no. Unconfirmed if it's coming back.
I
We
was
still
gonna
need
say,
money.
all right.
We still
that
need
lower
money.
third is going to come back to haunt some people in a couple of months. I guarantee you.
Get your screenshots now.
Yeah, get your Twitter posts out.
Oh yeah.
Make
Seth
sure you
Eggert, I
credit
know
Justin Malolo.
He's live tweeting this. I'm sure we're going to see that on Twitter here in a couple of minutes.
Seth's like, what? Why wasn't I filled
Write
in
that,
on this?
write that down. Write that down.
Per FTF Justin.
Sources say.
Per Justin Malillo.
Per sources.
And per the legit source, this is not a confirmation of Firecrackers returning this year. But
what is that, Josh? It's coming back?
No,
Yeah,
Sean, stop.
We have a
It's
date.
coming back.
Wow.
Josh Mendoza says it's coming back. All right. Thank you, Josh, for that update. Appreciate him and everything he does for the community.
Including hosting the Firecracker in 2024.
All right, back to what we're supposed to be doing here. Kyler Wynn and Seth Knoll. Haven't mentioned Seth's name in a while. I say that he goes back to the inside. They're trying to make that middle lane work, Caleb, but we've seen only a couple of drivers have been able to make it work from the back. It has not worked at all in the front.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about riding that momentum, and you see Kyler Wynn he just has absolutely none of it right now, and I mean, a lot of what we've seen usually is guys will sit in line, and as soon as they get that momentum and they get that run, then they'll dart out. We saw Cozy do that a little bit earlier and rock it down to that bottom line. So we'll see if he's able to do that, but Kyler Wynn not in a good spot right here, just kind of no help, left out to dry. He'll have to, looks like he'll fall in line behind Cozy here, and he will. So, I mean, it's doable, but definitely not the preferred way to get around people here.
You know what I was thinking, Jacob? We
Yeah.
could, whenever we, remember how whenever someone would lead a lap back in the day, we say 5 bonus points to
That was
whoever.
just $1.
One bonus dollar to whoever leads the lap.
I like that. They do give out 5 bonus points as well, but I feel like the dollar is more valuable.
The dollar's more unique.
You can't go and trade FTF bar visual points in for like a candy bar or something. So
That'd be nice.
Like an old arcade.
Parker White probably would have been able to like buy the United States
Yeah.
with the amount of points he had last year.
He definitely would have gotten the console.
Yeah.
Justin would have to have mortgaged his house to pay Parker White.
Seth Eggert writes in that he would have live tweeted the news about the Firecracker 400, but he was locked out of his Twitter account for a couple minutes for, quote, unusual activity.
What are you doing, Seth?
Yeah, what's going on
Are you
over
okay,
there?
Seth?
That's a new one.
Oh, boy.
Well, look at this. I might have spoke too soon. This middle lane, we are 3 by 3 for what is that, 5 rows in the middle? So they're trying. Tyler Lane leading that middle pack. Seth Knoll trying to push him on through. So this is going to be the first test to see if that middle lane is viable towards the front.
Yeah, and
Sean,
I mean, that's
you're a
only...
basketball. I'm sorry, Caleb. I was
I'm a-
going to
I'm a
completely go
basketball.
back away from the race, but you're a basketball fan, correct? You want some
yeah.
real news?
Sure.
The Philadelphia 76ers have signed Kyle Lowry.
Wow.
That is indeed an event that happened.
Yep, they've bought out the Hornets. They're going to bring him on board, and hopefully that means the Sixers will stop sucking now that they don't have Embiid. Please.
When you lose a guy
God.
that's averaging 34 points a game, it's usually hard to make that up. But Kyle Lowry's gonna go in Linsanity mode.
Could only hope. Meanwhile, race cars.
The middle lane is dying.
Yeah,
Michael Cozy
yeah.
Jr. is left.
I was gonna mention that. I mean, you see here, I mean, Lannon's still trying to make it work. A lot of that group was guys who we, again, have previously seen. We saw Kyler Wynn just a few laps ago. Cozy's here. Seth Knoll and Lannon have been trying the past, 10 or so laps, it feels like. But now, I mean, will they be able to complete the pass, I think, is going to be the big thing. And as we approach the end of that stage, is what I was saying, it's only going to get worse and worse in terms of aggression and, what guys are willing to do. In terms of trying to force this third line, as Conrath makes Conklin get out of the throttle big time, a little wiggle out of the back end of that number Nine Machine looks like we'll be okay. Everybody else will, I mean, you see Cozy's going back to that middle line now. They're clear 3 cars deep. So, I mean, if Cozy can get clear here, then they'll have free reign of that inside line. And maybe for the first time, we've seen the middle lane provide some ground to work with.
On board out the back of your leader, Dylan Alt. Here comes Tyler Lannon on the inside line. Inside 20 to go in stage number 2.
The running joke this whole last couple of weeks has been, what is that fish doing on the side of the 64? I said it's water coming out of its mouth. Everyone seems to think it's spaghetti for some reason. Cosman thinks it's puke, according to Justin.
Of course.
But here we go. There, whatever the fish is doing, it's now challenging for the lead. At least it was. Side by side with Jake Matheson, Dylan Alt able to fend them off. Now, if we're Dylan Alt, do you stay up here? Do you go down to the bottom maybe to give Jake some breathing room up the top there? Looks like he's going to hold his line up there. So 52 and the 40 going to be the duo to beat at this stage of the race, it seems. Can we get a close-up of the 64? No, we can't.
Nope.
Strict rules.
I was trying to look at it. I have absolutely no clue. I mean, it could be water.
It's water. What else would be coming out of a puffer fish's mouth?
It looks like it could be like Alfredo of some sort, maybe.
Why would a puffer fish be eating?
Anthony Alfredo's coming out of the pufferfish's mouth? What?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, some fettuccine going on. I don't know.
Quotes I never thought I'd hear said in 2024.
He's just trying to save the fish's life, get all the Alfredo out of there, get some water back in, and we'll be driving good.
Thank you, Caleb.
I wonder if anybody in this outside lane is thinking about going down and dropping in front. I mean, specifically, I was kind of looking at Garrett Conrath maybe as one of them that would do it, but I know probably not going to leave Matheson. Maybe both of them in a coordinated effort here. I don't know, but I feel like, unless you're fuel saving here, you would want to be out in front kind of leading that lane and have free reign of where you're going.
Jacob is looking up more sports scores to utter off.
No.
Yeah, he needs to play the Sports Center music.
Give him a second.
No, we're not at that point yet.
That is when we've officially run out of stuff to talk about, is when Jacob just reads off
The
of
Sports
the
Center
scoreboard of ESPN.
The Grizzlies lost to the Charlotte Hornets, which I was
there we go.
upset about.
Wow. We have hit the point.
No, we haven't. That was one thing. It was one thing. We can still talk.
Are there any drivers you guys want us to get an update on? First one in the chat is going to be getting an update. See who we want. Andy Margot is not in the race. Paul Mikolajczyk is the first one they want an update on. He is back in 18th. There he is. The Penguin RC Chevy Camaro. Good looking car, I might add.
Oh, big move from Landon. He just got up. I mean, he got cycled out, but he had to make a big move up in front of Parker White. Parker White had to get out of the throttle. Looks like they'll be okay. One guy I was going to talk about was our pole sitter, and Alexander Van de Sande. I mean, he was a lap down in 45th last time we checked in on him. That caution actually really helped him out. He was able to get back on the lead lap, and he has worked his way up inside the top 20. So, I mean, showing some speed and a good recovery so far. I mean, that was only, 30 laps ago, something like that?
It was actually, I think it was sooner than that. He was getting lapped just before the last caution came out, so...
Yep.
By the way,
Seth
big
Knoll.
push.
Seth Knoll takes the lead. Got a push from Kyler Wynn. Go figure. That caution saved Kyler Wynn as well. Remember, he had a black flag. He didn't get lapped, but he did lose a lot of the draft. He probably would have been lapped if we had stayed green much longer. But now he goes back to the front of the field.
And they wanted a further Andy Margot update. He is not in this race, but for those of you who are not familiar with the FTF award system, The FTF Most Popular Driver Award is now the Andy Margot FTF Most Popular Driver Award in honor of Andy. So, Andy, hope you're in the chat. He is watching. I hope he's watching. He usually watches these broadcasts. He usually pops in and says hello. So, Andy, if you're watching tonight, hello. Hope you're well. Big Andy Margot fan in this household. There he is. Yeah.
Yeah, right on cue.
Yeah, man.
Everybody
Ask
say
and
hello
you
to
shall
Andy.
receive.
How we doing, Andy? Good to see you.
As we approach the end of the stage, I did hear some radio chatter. Kevin McAdams was begging for a push from the group behind him. It looks like he's caught back on now, but there was initially some panic about them losing the draft. And I mean, this second pack, not completely in jeopardy, but you can see they've,
Oh, Chris Wetz! What
Wow.
a save off the bumper of Falkingham. He was pointed to the infield. He's going to lose the draft, maybe. He might tail on back here with Kevin McAdams and company. And McAdams looks like he's going to get behind him and try and get him back up to speed. But what a save from Chris Wetz. Watch this.
How many crazy saves have we seen tonight? Off the corners, another bad push by Falkenham. He just gets out of the groove. He should have been in the inside wall at least with that. That is a crazy save by Chris Wetz. Meanwhile, back up at the front, Michael Cozy Jr. is your new leader with a big push from A99 and Matthews Whack. What bizarro world up here.
Right?
Where are we? What universe are we in?
There are 3 lap cars ahead, by the way. Akabueze, Braxton Deweese, and Drew Jua. Jua and Deweese have damage from the caution flag. Akabueze, I think he has some damage from the contact he had on pit road under the green flag stop. So those 3 have lost the draft and are in danger of getting lapped. But they are 3 wide mid-pack here. That's Bordeaux, and Falkingham is going to plow forward up the middle, 3 wide.
And interesting to see that top lane drop down in front of the middle line as well. And now Conrath kind of be left up there, and that's broken them up. Now Falkingham's going to find a lane in the middle in front of Mikolajczyk. And this outside lane is going nowhere right now.
Nine laps to go in stage number 2. Again, 20 points on the line for the stage winner. From there, we shift our focus to the end of the race and the $500 on the line. Here comes Dylan Alt with Seth Knoll to the top of the track.
Big push by Seth into turn 3. That's going to easily get Dylan Alt. I think Dylan, him and Kyler Wynn have led the most laps so far. I don't know who's keeping track of that.
Oh, trouble! Mikolajczyk into the wall with Bordeaux. Conklin, the 21 of Gibson, Van de Sant. Coming back down the racetrack, Dalen Barr gets a piece as well. A lot of damage to the front end of the 91, the sponsor provisional. And the caution flag is out for the second time. We'll get a restart with inside 5 laps to go in stage number 2.
Saw that one coming, Caleb. That was, that had the makings of it. So I think they just, when you're getting side drafted, it kind of pulls the car you're side drafting closer to you. And I think the 34 just got too much of the 77. And it's, or maybe Paul just wiggled off the corner. That's a tough one to tell.
I think that's exactly what it was. I think Mikolajczyk, I mean, he was reacting to coming up a little too far off that yellow line you see there.
Chris Wetz.
Dalen Barr with big damage.
Hanging off of that car.
Where was Dalen going? We going to ride on board with the 91 here? Here we are. Oh, boy.
All right, so this is way back.
Inside the mind of Dalen Barr. That's all right. We get to see this thing brew from the start.
All right, let's see. So the wreck will start happening, obviously, off of turn 3. Dalen. He sees the smoke. Oh, we are not slowing down in an adequate amount of time. He's slowing. He's trying to. Oh, my God.
Man.
Yep.
Justin, can we get an onboard with Chris Wetz as well, if that's not too much trouble? I want to see what he saw, because he shoehorned his way through this wreck.
By the way, looking at the replay again, it looks like it's all net code between Bordeaux and Mikolajczyk.
Kevin McAdams was mentioning that the net code is pretty gnarly right now. So here's Chris Wetz, and I don't know if he got damaged. I don't care. Watch how he gets through this wreck, because it is good. I promise. Everything's happening.
Oh!
Just chicanes his way through the wreck. Brings the Le Mans chicane to the front stretch. So good job by Chris Wetz.
Maybe it definitely net code when Mikolajczyk got turned up, but I can't tell if there was net code to knock Paul sideways before he started to drift up the racetrack, or if he just got loose. We could ask him. We want to talk with Paul Mikolajczyk here?
Is he going to be happy about it?
I don't know. We're going to choose this time. Mikolajczyk's on pit road.
We're going to get
Paul Mikolajczyk, what happened?
I was coming out of the corner, and it just felt like I just got just grabbed and thrown. That's about what happened. Maybe my mid-race snack of the green grapes and Cinnwells just caused some problems, mid-race. It's okay. Car's fine. Everybody else is probably fine.
What was for dinner tonight?
Ooh, I had some pizza rolls, but they kind of exploded in the oven, and it looks really sad.
How do you make pizza rolls explode?
I don't know. They just all pop.
Bombing them.
Yeah, that is a way to do it.
Who's hitting the choose cone?
All right, Paul, we'll let you get back to it here. Best of luck.
Thanks.
And,
see y'all.
Yep. Here goes Paul Mikolajczyk.
By the way, that is not on the actual racetrack in iRacing. That is Justin
what do you
working
mean?
his
Yes, it
TV
is.
magic. Oh, it's gone. Look at that.
Wow. It just comes out from the racetrack and then reappears.
That's incredible.
When,
It's the first
when
ever
we need it.
retractable choose cone.
Yeah. Instead of the choose drone, we just have that.
NASCAR, you got my number.
Okay.
We've got the restart this time. We'll have 5 to go.
This is completely
in the
unrelated.
stage.
But why is Josh Mendoza, race official Josh Mendoza, in the session as car number 69?
I don't know.
Josh?
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Why are you the number 69 in the session?
I'm the general manager of E-Racer. That's our premier car number. I don't know why there's questions about this.
Okay, I just wanted to know. Because
I also want you guys to know when we go green here, we're going straight into the buffer zone. So it's going to be pretty exciting.
It is. Who's your pick to win the stage?
The number 69.
Yeah, that's Josh Mendoza.
Yeah, I'd get him out of here too.
Yeah.
He's gonna hate talking to us. I mean, he'd bring him in here, pester him, and then throw him back to the pit.
We kid because we care, as the famous saying goes.
But I mean, he brings a great point. I mean, this is going to be all bets are off. I mean, inside the buffer zone with a restart, yeah, it's going to be crazy.
That would be
Everybody
Jacob
bunched
Hitz. That'd be Jacob Hitz, Davey. That's doing that. We do hear it as well.
What?
It says you're breathing a bit into the mic a bit. Green flag is out. Dylan Alt.
Very cool. Don't know why.
Glad you're breathing manually, Jacob.
Oh, no.
All right, 5 to go.
Oh, big shove here for Mercurio to Cozy. The 65 car leading that inside lane. That does not feel right to say. Looking at Matthew's whack, I mean, I'm thinking one of these guys are going to drop down, yeah?
I'm not sure because it's going to be tough because they need to have people go with him. Here comes Zwack. He's going to jump down in front of Cozy. Lawson Peel is up there. We haven't mentioned him at all in that 12 car. The SpaceX/X/Elon Musk machine, apparently, as they are side drafting the inside. Dylan Alt goes to cover that as they're making their way to the start-finish line side by side for the lead.
4 to go in stage 2. They got awfully close side by side. Alt and hold on and win stage number 2.
Oh, damn it, now Brown's gonna get turned!
He did not save it, and back up into Landon, into Jordan Haynes, and that'll be the stage.
My goodness.
Well, cautions breed cautions.
So Dylan Alt wins stage 2.
David Brown is not happy. Are there fast repairs? No, there are not fast repairs. Let's take a look. How did this originate? Just another maybe bad bump, Caleb, you think?
Bump, yeah.
Tyler Landon nowhere to go. Jordan Haynes nowhere to go. Did Malik Ray get stopped for that? He did. Wow, he snuck by that.
Get another,
Parker got it on Parker
here.
White. Just wasn't in line with him there.
See another, that's a Barr Visuals FTF 500 rookie, and Jordan Haynes made contact with Landon. That's what initially sparked that discussion, and then I don't know how Blackford and Kevin King got through that.
Let's see on board. I think this is just indecision from David Brown here. Because, I don't know, it's tough. I would call it a racing deal, but I'm not the official. I don't think there's any ill intent from Parker on that. But they were going to be 4 wide, Jacob. There's no way they're going to make it through that anyway.
Well, the caution back out. Stage 2 is over. Pits are open. Not everybody is coming to pit road, though.
Why?
Yeah, I know that does feel like an interesting call. I thought this would close the door on strategy a little bit more, but among these staying out, Dylan Alt, Matthew Zwack, Seth Knoll, Michael Cozy Jr. Big names up in there.
And it's fuel only for those that decide to make a stop. Lucas Plussel, the first one off pit road. He's in 8th. We'll step aside and get another break in. Stage 2 is done. Dylan Alt's your leader and the Stage 2 winner. We're halfway in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. 100 laps to go and a restart when we come back. We're back here on FTF, getting ready for the restart. Jacob Hitch, Sean Butler, Caleb Hoffman with you, Justin Melillo, our producer. We will be right at halfway on the restart. And we will have 100 laps to go in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Dylan Alt, your leader. Matthew Zwack, second. Seth Knoll, Michael Cozy Jr. Santiago Tires, your top 5. Then it's Jake Matheson, AJ Green, Kyler Wynn, Lucas Plessel, Daniel Falkingham, your top 10. Plessel and Wynn, first 2 cars off pit road. Fuel only for most of those that visited the pit road under the caution flag. Your top 8 stayed out. Make it your top 7. They all stayed out. Going to be a 2-stopper to the end. See how much the aggression heats up. 100 to go. Cross flags. Green flag is in the air.
Great start from the inside line, Dylan Alt and Seth Knoll, Caleb. I think that's going to be some type of coordination between them, but that inside line's been rolling the last couple of restarts.
I mean, they've been doing a really good job. Kyler Wynn just got to the back bumper of Cozy here. Falkingham in tow behind, and really expect this outside lane to get going, but look at Dylan Alt, Seth Knoll, both of them are going to move up. Everybody will stick in line for right now, and again, all the stages are over at this point. Your sights are set at the end of lap 200 now.
Pair of rookies working together on the bottom of the racetrack. Santiago Tires and Jake Matheson, the 012 and the 052. Dylan Alt has dominated this race so far. I think he's led the most laps tonight. He has been super all night long.
Definitely want to say it's between him and Kyler who have the most laps led, but Santi Tires in the Maconi setup shop Camaro looking to bring that 012 to the front for the first time tonight, as he's trying to bring that around the bottom lane. Top lane a little disconnected. He's got a big push from Jake Matheson. High line starting to move a little bit, but at the line it's going to be Santi Tires earning himself $1 bonus. A
blinking warning to
007.
Malik Ray.
That's Malik. Second time.
Yep. I guess it's 3 strikes and you're out, right? He gets 1 more and he's going to have to park it.
Justin.
Now the first one came pretty early in the race, within the first 50 laps. But
we usually give warnings if you're in the pack. We ask you to either exit the pack or fix your thing. If you get 3 of those warnings, we will give you a black flag and tell you, hey, you gotta go fix it.
I think he just said he ended his stream, hoping that would fix it. So hope it does for Malik.
Well, if you're watching Malik's stream, welcome. Glad to have you.
Like to welcome in a new audience that just joined us.
And I mean, looking around the racetrack right now, I mean, same thing that we've seen for the last 104 laps, where it feels like both lanes are just about equal, and I'm just curious as to how that will change as the track continues to change here. You know, as we get later into this race, as we get closer to being under the lights. I mean, if we see one lane kind of jump out in front of the other, I mean, all week it's kind of been the top lane has looked a lot stronger, looked a lot better, but it's been equal for basically the entire race today.
It's been equal at the front of the field, but back there, they were 3 wide for like 5 rows at one point for some reason. So it's definitely, it's going to change, but I think it's going to be a lot of what we're seeing here. Just 1 or 2 lanes. Top lane is either going to prevail, bottom's going to prevail. It all depends on who is pushing. So who that second car in line is pushing, as here comes defending champion Parker White. Huge run through the middle. They're going to get at least 1. But they're going to try and force their way through. Zach Novak looking to join in that green and white 5 car there. Parker's going to be the only one in the middle.
Oh.
Now we get some more help, and they got Seth Knoll getting kicked back there. They're going to pick him up. They have no choice.
They got to be careful, though. I mean,
yep.
Looks like they do a good job of picking Seth Knoll up. But, I mean, when you have all that momentum and there's a car going that slow, it's tough. Now, look, Josh Parker dipping down in that middle lane.
It is close.
And this is where we've seen the trouble spots all speed weeks.
It's a bunch of Coke drivers and Seth Knoll in the middle lane. right there. Do like this blimp shot, though, Justin's been utilizing. It really shows how the pack is spaced, where everybody is, how close everything is. Kyler Wynn ducks to the inside now in the middle. He's going to get a push from Parker. So middle lane is starting to become viable. Cozy's going to go down to the bottom.
This is where it really starts to get interesting. I mean, they've picked a very random point to go 3 wide throughout the entire pack, but here they come. Look at Kyler Wynn working the middle lane. He's trying to challenge Cozy. This group's coming up on lap traffic. They're going to come together. They're going to have to be super careful here to accommodate the number 91 of Dalen Barr, who's off the pace by himself.
Oh, he's staying on the racetrack. This is going to get dicey. They are 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Cozy will get by without an issue. Barr will drop to the apron. Can he hold it down there through the tri-oval? So far, it looks like it. He washes up a little bit, but he gets out of harm's way. Good job by Dalen.
I mean, that definitely has to be one of the most challenging things. Again, you have to negotiate in real time how to work that space. And if you're in that pack, there's just nowhere for you to go. And you'll just have to lift. And here comes Cozy trying to get past Matthew Zwack. But, I mean, Dylan Alt, big run, makes contact with Zwack on the outside. Dylan Alt now drops down to the inside. Man, oh, man, they are getting racy up here at the front.
We've still got 90-some laps to go.
I was about to say, we still have literally half the race left.
Yeah.
Oh, Santi Tiras got really loose on the bottom there. He's able to corral it. The middle lane has not fallen off as bad as I thought it would. There's Nate Stewart trying to be that last car that follows the front 4 on the top through. But the 5 drivers in the middle lane have done a good job of holding their own. They just need to make sure they get that last lunge to clear themselves from this 3 wide. Oh my goodness, Parker White.
Yikes.
Paul Mikolajczyk lifted a lot to get him up there.
You know something I don't like about this that I just realized?
What's that?
We started this race a little after 11 o'clock in sim. So we're going to finish this race at like 2, 3 o'clock in sim. Lights aren't going to be on or anywhere close.
I was noticing that.
Very different to last year when I think we started at about 2, 3 o'clock in sim. We had the lights on to finish the race. This has more of that like classic Daytona 500 feel, but I've gotten so used to as the caution flag's out. We have a crash in the back of the field. Justin Bolton has crashed with Lawson Peel. This is almost all the way in the back of the pack and puts us under our, 4th caution flag of the 500.
It is number 4. Justin Bolton just puts 2 question marks in the race chat, so let's see here. He tries to go to the inside lane. He's in the middle, and I don't know.
Neck code, everybody's favorite.
And I think we had a little secondary contact as well. I mean, I heard it was Josh Chin piped up over the radio talking about brakes, and we'll see after this aerial view of in Bolton just getting spun here.
Yep.
I think it was
pretty nasty.
This was the side draft, I think. Remember I was talking about if you're side drafting somebody, it just pulls the car you're side drafting to you, and that can happen. So I mean, that looked egregious, but I don't know. I don't want to blame netcode yet, but I'm 60% sure right now. Look at Justin putting the FTF cars on screen. Are all 4 of them by each other?
Probably.
Wow.
They're all hiding in the back like cowards. Kevin, Ryan, Cosman, and Josh back here.
Let's get one of them up here because I want to ask him. Kevin, when are you guys going to start racing?
We're racing right now. I don't know if you're paying attention, but We're out here.
Okay. You're back in 36, 37, 38th, and 39th.
Yeah, the race ends in 89 laps this time.
So when are you going to think you're going to start trekking your way to the front?
That's confidential.
Okay, you can't just give like an inside look?
No.
Okay.
He couldn't even say later, too. He's just going to ride around to the back the whole rest of the race.
Yeah, why not? You know
Are
what?
we taking
Are you
2
pitting,
or 4?
Kevin?
I'm I will let you know. I am taking 4 this time.
Okay. You don't have much more to lose, right? You might as well. I mean, you know.
Thanks for the transparency here, Kevin.
Yeah, well, you know.
All right, walk us through the pit stop here. You know, take
Well,
us
I'm
through
speeding
the
right now, so hopefully I don't get black flag.
Wow.
Hold on himself.
All right, right sides are going up.
Post the 26.
I love how Hawken has to use your pit stall as well. That just adds to the immersiveness of this.
It's nice of him to share. And then we're down and away.
All right, cool.
No behind wets.
Well, Kevin, thanks for talking to us, man. Let us know when you're going to go racing, and we'll pay attention.
Yeah, I'd like to not have to worry about fuel, but that's how this race has been for about the last 30%. So
it's okay. I'm confident in your abilities, dude.
Yeah, I won in the summer for doing it. So
okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Kevin standoffish McAdams.
Kevin passive aggressive McAdams.
Kevin mean to me for no reason.
He must have went to Cracker Barrel and they gave him cheese when he didn't ask for it.
You know what? I regret it. I should have given you the high five and just left Kevin hanging.
Well,
after that.
Don't be sorry. Be better.
Oh, man. I mean, these cautions, I mean, they've been pretty spaced out, but I mean, it feels like they've come at pretty paramount times, you know, with, you know, just where we are in the fuel window. And I think for the most part, we haven't, or at least the door's not very open for strategy. But I mean, if you're sitting in the car, Sean, I mean, you know, is there any alternative you're thinking to just pitting every time the caution comes out?
If I was, wow.
Oh my God.
If I was confident in the field's abilities, I would be worrying about pit strategy and when to come in, but I am confident they're going to wreck more, as Malik almost hit it. I'm confident they're going to wreck more, so I'm not worrying about it now.
That's fair.
Justin, can we make the choose cone larger?
Are we just dragging the transform block?
Oh,
wow.
There we go. That's better,
Wow.
I think. As long as it's on the point.
But here's the thing: what do you hit
The tip
for it
of
to be
it.
an issue?
The tip of it.
Just the tip.
The
That's
entire
it?
thing, I
What
think. I
did-
feel like.
You wanted to work that in there, Caleb. Somehow, some way. You worked just the tip at an FTF broadcast. Unbelievable. I can't believe this. You're supposed to be a professional.
This was a family-friendly broadcast until you said that, Sean. I just want you to know you ruined it.
Jacob said it.
Well, you were the one that made it like that.
Jacob knows what he's doing.
Get your mind out of the gutter, Sean.
He's a college-educated individual. He knows what he's doing. I can't
sure
believe
about that?
Unbelievable. What, the college-educated part?
Oh boy. All right, let's reset here. Daniel Falkingham's your leader. Josh Parker to the outside. He's in second. Nate Stewart is third. Haven't heard much from him since early on in the race, but he's back into the top five. Parker White is there, and so is pole sitter Alexander Van de Sande in the
Good
96.
recovery from Alex.
Yep.
He got that early penalty, worked his way up through the field, and he's back in. What was a penalty? He got hit to the back. So, good recovery by Alex. He's right back in the thick of it.
Pace car's in with 87 laps to go. We're back to green.
Another great start for the inside lane. Watch Falkingham. He's going to go up in front of Josh Parker here. Nate Stewart and Van de Sande on the inside. Parker White and Cozy, I mean, a lot of great names up here inside this top 5, but look at Nate Stewart and the run they're getting on the inside lane.
Huge run, and he is gone. Here comes Zwack to the outside, and that 199.
Seth Knoll is not sure if he wants to follow him through there.
Oh, Cozy!
Middle
What
lane
a
is
move
coming.
there.
I don't think they're done wadding them up yet.
Oh, definitely not.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
By the way, Malik Ray update. Worst to first challenge. Currently sitting in 20th in this lead pack. He is right there on the bottom lane. So he will be a factor by the end of this thing. But he is slowly but surely, methodically working his way up through this field. Started 45th.
Wessel down there blinking on that inside line.
Yeah.
Seems to have sorted out.
Hate to see that.
Well, I mean, and another thing it did too is, I mean, you can see Jack Mace really letting off, and you got to give Plessel space. You know, you don't want anything crazy happening, and it's it can come back and bite you. And part of why they give the warnings out. Look at Bordeaux trying to make this middle lane work again, using that momentum. He's got Zach Novak there to help. Wyatt Tinsley's going up the middle with him. Talked to Wyatt pre-race. Remember, he was one of these guys that said he was going to try to send it up the middle whenever he could, and here he is.
Bordeaux, of course, was involved in one of the earlier accidents. Just get clear of that inside line.
Just seems like whenever they get clear of an inside lane car, it just stalls them out. Cozy looking to the inside, now to the middle. Underneath Parker White. I would assume they're going to pick him up. They move down to the bottom, leave Wyatt Tinsley stuck in the middle. I think Nate Stewart's going to let him in. And he does. Wyatt comes over the radio and thanks him for that. So Cozy going to get a big push from Bordeaux, and we'll see if Derek can push the 65. Just looks so wrong in that car, but the 65 to the front, and the top lane is separated, so they're probably going to go places on that bottom. They got a big head of steam down there.
And I mean, speed's in excess. When you get up going, when you have a good run, I mean, you'll be in excess of 200 miles per hour at the end of the straight. And Cozy and Bordeaux weren't quite there, but they were close. And that's why it's so important for everybody to stay together. You see Falkingham and Zwack come apart, and there go Cozy and Bordeaux. I mean, Bordeaux is just all over the back bumper of the Michael Cozy Jr. machine. I don't think there's anybody better at knowing how to go to the front and navigate this pack than Michael Cozy Jr.
We'll keep an eye on this middle lane, though. Malik Ray and Kyler win. Malik shoving Kyler in that 82. Are they going to fall in line at the top? They are, but Malik says it is time to get up to the front and mix it up again. The winner of the Tiny Text. I don't believe in the history of FTF the winner of the Tiny Text has gone on to win the FTF 500. Malik looking to be the first, and he is shoving Kyler Wynn through the middle of this pack up to third.
Here they come, up the middle.
And I mean, Malik Ray, I mean, I feel like usually at Daytona he's up front, he's making big moves. Today he's been a lot more laid back, a lot more reserved, but here he is, lap 120 almost, and he is right in the thick of it up at the front, in tow with Kyler Wynn on the inside. He's got Cozy behind him. I mean, he's set up in a really great spot right now. I feel like Tinsley and Landon are going to have to figure out what to do in the middle line here. Tinsley is going to the back, and I believe he's going to be left out to dry. I guess, I mean, at this point in the race, Sean, you know, where are you thinking the winner is coming from? Is it kind of just, you know, still everywhere and there's enough possibilities to where, you know, the winner can be anywhere in the field? Or, you know, is there a specific spot that you want to be at this point in the race?
I mean, if you just threw a bunch of darts at the screen right now and wherever it lands could be where the winner comes from. It is that big of a toss-up in these things usually. But it really, we won't know until the end of the race how this pack is looking. So it looks calm right now, but they're going to get 3 and 4 wide at the end of this thing to try to win it. And who knows, all these guys could wreck on the final lap and someone that's in 30th could win from that point. We just never know. as we see this bottom lane trying to get formed. Kyler Wynn takes the lead once again. Matthews Whack coming back on that outside. So any one of the people in this lead pack can win this race. Much like how it is in the real deal, the FTF 500 is anybody's game at any point.
80 to go. Just 200 miles left here at Daytona. And Kyler Wynn out in front by not quite a car length over Matthews Whack.
I mean, it seems to come and go, it really feels like, in ebbs and flows in terms of, how much energy there is in this front pack. We get, periods of 2 or 3 laps where we see the middle lane come in and we get 3 wide, we get really dicey, but then you get calm periods like right now where everybody, again, is just taking laps off, riding around. So I wonder, again, what really the catalyst is going to be. Whoever, is going to send it up the middle and how many guys go with them, that's really going to dictate the flow of this race in the second half.
The bottom lane just has not been able to clear that top lane. Malik's got to cool the car off. Falkingham doing a good job up on that top lane of managing his temperatures, only pushing Matthews Whack when he needs it. And that outside lane is just able to slow that inside lane down with the side draft so much in the corners. It is so tough to clear if you're working that bottom lane. Malik's going to cool the car off and give it another try to get Kyler out in front there. But I am having flashbacks of what blew my car up twice in the preseason Tundra for FTF. So Malik is well aware of that too, and he's got to keep his temps in check. And so does Falkingham on the outside, but they just get such a good run off the corner on that top. They're going to be so tough to get around.
One car darted to the bottom there. I think that was Tyler Lannon. It was, and again, I feel it here in the next few laps. I mean, it could be someone like Josh Parker, who we've seen, but trying to make a big move and get to the front here. But everybody is just kind of minding their business and biding their time, and I think that's a good call.
Keep in mind, I think Jacob's been paying attention to this. We have we have at least 2 more pit stops, maybe, right? Because it's been, I would say 2 more.
Oh, trouble! Car in the wall in the back of the field. Steven Gibson's up against the wall on the outside of the racetrack in the 21. We stay green for a single car crash, and it looks like Gibson just lost control of it. Coming off of turn number 2, there was no contact with another race car. Here's the replay, all by himself with Michael P. Frisch.
Does he just get loose? Does Frisch push him?
Tag the apron, maybe?
Wow.
I think he just tagged the apron.
That is, that is strange.
It's a meatball for him, though. He's going to have to pit required repairs for the 21. And for Gibson, his first 500. Tried to make it last year, didn't quite make it through. And unfortunately for him, in his first 500, had a clean race up to this point. He's going to have to get that damage repaired. No fast repairs. Gibson says in the InSim chat, his game lag spike. That's why he hit the wall.
And
yep, that'll happen.
It's part of what makes this race so tough. Again, it's, it's not easy to sit in here for 3, sometimes 3.5, 4 hours and have absolutely nothing go wrong like that. I mean, there could be a whole plethora of things, mechanical failures in terms of, your hardware, like a lag spike like we just saw, even a simple lapse in judgment. I mean, everything has got to go absolutely perfect for 3.5 to 4 hours, and it is just not easy to string a run like that together, and just makes it so difficult to not only run up front, but to be in contention at the end.
Anyway, Sean, you were talking about fuel and pit stops for the end of the race. We're going to be at a two-stopper here. Brendan Hawken gets an internet warning, blinking around on the racetrack, but we're going to see 2 more pit stops. We're in the window now that if they wanted to pit to make it 1 more stop, they could. Now, that does not include any overtime in that math. It's only been 16 laps since these guys were on pit road for fuel, though, so they can go at least another 20 laps.
We heard Kevin when we were talking to him, when the information he did give us, saying that he was concerned about the fuel mileage, and he says it always ends up being a fuel mileage race in these things, and this year is looking to be much more of the same. We have these guys fighting for every position, every dollar they can get up at the front, and then you got the guys behind this pack just kind of sitting there single file saving fuel. So it's 2 completely different strategies in this race, and you're not missing a thing outside of the side-by-side for, what is this, about 6-7 rows right here. Everybody is single file from then on back, except Lucas Plussel for some reason, but he's just back there having a good time. But these guys racing for it, and those guys racing for fuel.
Art Reimer writes in, FYI, the 500 has completed 125 laps in less than 2 hours. It took over 3 hours for us to do that yesterday in the tiny text.
It was a great race. I am low-key glad I did not participate in it. It was false advertising. My name was on the starting lineup, but we had other plans that night. Sorry, Justin.
Absolutely unreal. You wanted to call the race with us that badly?
Yeah.
It's definitely been.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's been fun up here. I've been having a blast.
Here's the thing. Sean didn't want to race because he knew if he raced, he wouldn't be able to call the race with us. Because he would have won last night and been in this race.
Let's go with that. Yeah.
So, yeah. That's how I took it.
Looking on board of Matthews WAC. They are very all over the place in the single file down there. Zwack's sitting there in the lead. He's led a good chunk of this race too, so he might be up there for most laps led when this is all said and done. As Josh Parker ducks out of line behind Daniel Falkingham, they are still pushing. Zwack gets out to a little bit of a lead. He's going to get reeled in by Falkingham. Gets another big shot. Malik is trying again to get Kyler Wynn clear. They almost did it a couple of times, but that top lane has just been very tough to overcome for these guys in the bottom.
And I mean, I feel like besides the green flag pit stops, this has felt the most strung out we've been all day. I mean, this front pack has held together 13, maybe 14 cars if you want to include Kevin King at the tail end of it. But I mean, this is by far the fewest amount we've seen in this lead pack. Everybody else just kind of hanging on in the draft, running that low side. So interesting dynamic to have at this point with, you know, only 70, give or take a few laps to go.
Justin Bolton is yelling at somebody back there. It is interesting over the race radio. There's Justin.
I think it was the FTF guys.
It's leading this group. What are Kevin, Cosman, Josh, and
they're up on the high side, I think.
Oh, are they racing now? They're trying to race?
Can we drag him in here while he's driving?
They're pushing Brian Mercurio
Probably
up there.
Shouldn't.
It'd probably be a little irresponsible, but that was why Justin Bolton. I know that's a lot of momentum up on the outside.
See what happens when you try to race in a race?
They may
Kevin.
have.
Oh, and Brian left him.
They may have discovered that they're probably pitting soon because they want to get as far up to the front as they can and then shove themselves into the bottom lane so they're not so far back when they pit. So that's usually how it goes. But getting a big shot here from Josh Chin, Ryan Naraki, Cosmin Yanishu. Brian Blackford is up there as well. We have literally not said his name since the starting grid, so he's trying to follow these guys up there as well. Meanwhile, you've not missed anything up towards the front. They are still side by side for the lead. Seth Knoll jumping up in front there. So we'll see where these guys elect to go. Do they fall in line at the top? Do they try to work the middle lanes? A lot of options here for these guys, but Kevin just going to fall in line behind Seth, it looks like.
And I mean, that run propelled them pretty far up into this main pack. And all of a sudden, I was talking a few laps ago about how this lead pack was looking kind of small. Now, all of a sudden, we've got 25, 26 cars all back in it. And all it really took was that momentum on the high side to do it. So shows you how fast things can change here at Daytona. And I mean, that's, again, what is part of what makes this so difficult is, you know, having to adapt to these ever-changing conditions for the course of 4 hours.
Let's get a weather update as we close in on 65 laps to go this time by that track temp.
Wow,
128 degrees.
It's almost up 15 degrees from the start of this thing. The air temp is up 1 degree. Track temp is almost up 15. So that's probably why we're seeing a lot more sliding around.
Now, the in-sim day is April 1st, not an April Fool's joke. So it's not... I think that was part of the difference last year as well. Last year, we set the in-sim time to February 11th or February 10th. This year, we're running it a little bit later, even though, obviously, we're not.
No one peeling for pit road yet. Gotta assume it might be coming soon. How long has this run gone so far? I'm trying to look.
25 laps.
Oh, 25 laps. They got more. They got about 15 more laps maybe, so they got time. I'm jumping the gun a little bit. My apologies.
Now, 15 laps from now would put them at lap 152. That would put them about 5 or so laps away, 5 or so laps short from making it on one stop. So they would not, at this point, be able to make it on one stop, even if they're able to stretch it, unless they've been saving from the get-go and then save again from the get-go. Again, if we stay green the rest of the way. But I think some of these guys are anticipating, hey, we're going to get another caution before we get to the end of this race. So we'll pit once we get to the end of this fuel run and then just wait for that caution to come out at the end.
Oh, big shove here to the back end of Matthew Zwack from Daniel Falkingham. Absolutely glued to the rear bumper of the 199 machine. I thought they were going to have enough momentum to clear Kyler Wynn there on the inside, but they don't. And here comes the number 182 back on the inside on board with Zwack here. We'll see if Falkingham gives him another shove like he had on the backstretch. I mean, he's pushing you-know-what out of him. I mean, all over the place right now. And it takes a special kind of driver to be able to handle all those bumps all the time.
So side by side down the backstretch. Zwack on the outside, Kyler Wynn on the inside. We've been gridlocked like this for the last several laps.
Malik giving a lot of space to Kyler going into 3 there. That tells me that that engine is running hot in that 007. But good job both by Malik and Daniel Falkingham. They've been pushing Matthew Zwack and Kyler Wynn for a good amount of laps now. And both of these guys are keeping those engines cool, and they have been pushing at a high rate of speed for a good amount of time. So Malik gives a lot of space there to Kyler in 1 and 2. As you see, Falkingham does the same thing to Zwack, and they'll come off the corner and give them another shot down the back straightaway and do it all over again.
There's a lap car ahead that they'll get to here eventually. And Stephen Gibson, who had that moment coming off turn number 2 when he bounced it off the wall. He did pit. And right now he is 44th, 11 laps down. Sean Conklin, the only car out of the race in the 054. He will finish 45th. Dalen Barr is 6 laps down. After the damage that he had to his race car after an early crash, everybody else is on the lead lap.
And I mean, we talked a few laps ago about how wide that margin was as you see the pack getting around Gibson here, and they'll have to accommodate for him on the racetrack. We'll see if he pulls off. He does, so good move by him. But I mean, we talked about how wide that margin was for a winner in this race, and it's absolutely crazy. I mean, I don't feel like really anywhere else you'd be able to say 142 laps into a race at Daytona that we would still have 42 cars in contention for the win, but that's the case here, and as a really impressive feat as now that outside lane is searching for somebody to kind of jolt it back to life.
Although I think everybody's coming to the inside now because they know
Absolutely.
pit stops are on the way here. Because from here, you're 60 laps out. You pit now, that'll put your window then at 20 to go about. You're perfect.
Let's see.
Still, nobody making the move.
And Josh Parker is the one guy who was not able to find a hole in the inside lane. So we're going to see how far he drops. He is a lonely driver up there.
See if anybody lets him in. Don't think so. I don't think anybody's going to be that generous to him. I'm hearing a lot of guys clutching as well a little further back in the pack. David L. Brown, Jake Matheson, especially around this group. I mean, you already have the draft helping you save fuel, but you're getting on the clutch at this point. I mean, you could definitely squeeze some, or at least buy yourself some extra time, you know, to be good here. At least a few extra laps.
Last night we had 18 cautions in what I think was 134 laps. We've completed 143 laps tonight. We've been slowed just 4 times. That's a pretty good improvement.
I would say so. That is 34 cautions at Martinsville level.
Yeah.
What's worse now that I think about it? 34 at Martinsville or 18 at Daytona?
Well, see, at Daytona, at least you might have the chance of a good finish. When was the last photo finish we had at Martinsville? You know what I mean?
That's true. I feel like we haven't had one in a minute. Would
even
Logano
when we have a
Truex
late
count?
race, when we have a late race restart, it turns into whack-a-mole, and everybody just goes into the corner and tries to wreck each other.
Are you saying?
Look at the Xfinity race last year.
Are you saying short track racing is overrated, Jacob? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying short track racing's overrated. I'm just saying Martinsville probably should be turned into a parking lot.
What?
Put some respect on Justin Allgaier's name, right?
Where are we getting hot dogs if we're not going to Martinsville? Don't play
They could
with
take
me.
the hot dogs and move them somewhere else.
No.
I'll tell you what, though. I will be okay if Martinsville stays if we can just bomb Gateway. Not even turn it into a parking lot. Just bomb it and move on.
Josh Mendoza joins the program.
I'm reporting Jacob Hitz to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I'm not saying we're going to do it. I'm saying Gateway, worst racetrack on the schedule.
You know what?
By far.
Just to illustrate how wrong or in the wrong you are, Jacob, everybody who thinks Martinsville should be taken off the schedule, say anything in the chat. If you think Jacob Hitz is an idiot for even suggesting that, just put an L or something like that in the chat. I just wanted to see how outnumbered he is on this take, because that is absolutely asinine. You know what? The next gen car, you know what? You can talk about that at Martinsville, but Xfinity, but trucks, anything worth a damn, those are incredible. You got me fired up.
They're now telling us that Jacob has taken over the title of Unhinged Maniac from me, so thank God I've somehow shed the name.
Oh boy, here we go.
In other news, Josh Parker has now gotten to the bottom line and has made someone else the lone guy on the outside line.
Kevin King. That's big checkup on the inside. My goodness, Zach Novak had to get out of the throttle big time, even on the brakes. Jack Mace, Kevin McAdams as well. When are we coming down pit road is the question.
I'm surprised we have not said a word about Kevin King in this race until now. I mean, that's baffling to me.
Short-term memory.
Kevin started 41st, and he has pretty much stayed back there.
Until now.
Until now, obviously, yeah.
By himself, just picking off cars left and right on the bottom.
I have never called a worse race than Gateway. And I've done it twice. Like, that place needs to go. Martinsville, I could live with Martinsville staying. It's one heck of a racetrack. Having been there to see races, the last Cup race before they went to the next gen there, solid race. Love the environment. And I'd be okay with it staying. Gateway got to go.
What is happening now? I mean, everyone's running low on the bottom, saving fuel, and now here comes the top again. Zach Novak has decided, I'm going to shove Kevin King up there, and he's bringing Dylan Alt with him.
And again,
There's no stage for 50 to go, Caleb. There are no stage points here.
And that's what I'm saying. In the landscape of 1 to 2 laps, that was almost a terrible push. I'm glad they didn't wreck there, but I mean, 1 to 2 laps is all it takes. Kevin King was the lone wolf, and now he has an entire train behind him. The outside line is alive again, and it's just counterintuitive because we felt like pit stops were coming here in the next few laps. You'd think everybody's trying to get to the bottom. I would also like to address the allegations. We love each other in the booth, okay? Jacob and I, it's all love. It's all love.
We kid because we care, yeah.
As Sean said, okay? So we're not blowing up on each other. We're good.
If this is your first FTF broadcast, you've seen all of them at this point.
Yeah.
So. But that inside line
New
is
leader.
Massively checked up.
Yes. New leader Kevin King.
I don't know what happened to that inside line. Matthew Zwack and Daniel Falkenham finally got disconnected somehow. Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
What was that?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that was just another case of, you guessed it, a bad bump off turn number 4. Got them all squirrely. Kyler Wynn and Malik Ray did a fantastic job of avoiding that. And all of a sudden, again, this is completely shifted, and now the outside lane is starting to dwindle once again in numbers.
Oh, Sean Butler's game crashed. Don't know.
Yeah, it happens.
Unbelievable.
You'll have that.
Do I think Texas is a better track than Gateway?
Oh, God.
Current Texas is tough, but I will tell you this. The best racing I've seen at both Texas and at Gateway have come in IndyCar.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Hey, think about last year. I mean, pretty anecdotal, but the best IndyCar race at Texas was a lot better than the best IndyCar race at Gateway, and I'll leave it at that.
This is true. The only Gateway memory I have is
Carl and Brad.
Well, no, Sato in IndyCar chasing
here
down.
we go.
The lead.
Hold on.
Meanwhile, we have pit stops. Falkingham and Matthew Zwack. Those two only. That's
I know
tough.
you.
Yeah. So Texas, since the repave's been a little tougher with IndyCar, but I think they're finally getting somewhere to where it doesn't completely stink. But
we have entered the Jacob Hitz opinion portion of the broadcast. Glad you guys have made it this far.
Nobody asked for. Nobody asked for it. Nobody wants it.
Oh man, Brandon Hawken in his unfamiliar Camaro nose almost just turned Dylan Alt in front of the field. Again, if you're not familiar with the whole storyline of that yellow and gray 99 up there, it is supposed to be a Ford Mustang, but it is a Chevy Camaro for some reason, and they have not told us why.
And that's the point I was going to make too, Sean. I mean, the Camaro nose comes out to a point. If he was in a flatter dark horse, then maybe he'd have a better time pushing. So big implications for Hawken.
Here we go. They're going to maneuver around the 21 of Steven Gibson. Gibson had his own troubles. He was against the backstretch wall. Had to come in, fix damage. He tries to get out of the way. Does a good job.
And for Gibson, I mean,
Kyler Wynn is pitting, and he's the only one.
Oh, he's speeding too.
Oh, no.
Strategy. I hope he's getting tires.
Wow.
Check up. Meanwhile, in the main pack, David L. Brown tried to get down in front of Kevin King, opted out of it at the last second, and Drew Jua had to get out of the throttle to accommodate him rejoining that top side.
No black flag for Kyler Wynn, so he made that pit entry somehow.
We'll be at 45 to go here this time by.
I think Josh Parker indicated he was pitting.
These guys are going to be right on the edge.
Here he goes.
Josh Parker, again, party of one onto pit road. So I think the rest of the field is trying to make it here, guys, to where it's only a one-stopper. Conrad! Can he save it? No, they don't.
No.
Around goes Conrad.
Oh,
he gets hit in the door by Brian Mercurio. The caution's out. There goes the pit strategy. But this is going to be right. This is possibly the worst possible time for a caution for the guys that haven't pitted, because they are right on the edge of whether they can make it to the end.
Now we can do the Aaron Rodgers season recap for Brian, but
oh no.
Oh.
But let's see.
Pass is intercepted.
We know what
out
caused
of the tunnel
this.
with the flag.
Not clear to the inside. Comes back up, and that is the absolute worst spot to get shoved down to the apron there. Blake Reynolds does a good job of getting stopped. So does Brian Mercurio. Everybody, or I said Brian Blackford, my apologies, but the front bumper is no longer attached to that 41 car.
And again, we'll go on board with Mercurio here. For anybody wondering, Garrett Conrad's going on the apron. Why does he come back up on the track? You're going 190 miles per hour with no banking. Your momentum is naturally just carrying you back up into the pack. And, I mean, you're just kind of along for the ride at that point. All you can do is lock up the brakes and hope you can come out on the other side. Doesn't happen there for Conrad. Mercurio, heavy damage on that machine.
Who was the car that he tried to go down? Was that Justin Bolton that he tried to get out in front of, or was that somebody else? Was it Kevin King?
Kevin King, I
It
believe.
looked like Kevin King, yeah.
It was Kevin King. Yes, it was. So, just thought he was clear on the bottom. Was not. So there's a big holdup going into the pits right now. Brandon Hawken is slowing this field down a lot. Not sure what
Pits
the deal
are open
on that was.
Now, here's the thing, guys. I mentioned how drivers may be able to make it to the end on here, on fuel from here. If you already pitted, your best thing is, if you've already pitted, your best chance is to pit again here. So that way you have enough fuel to the end. You've pitted 3-4 laps earlier, you're probably short.
I think Hawken ran out of gas is what happened there, coming into entry of pit road.
Well, we will. Yep, we're going to take a break for one last time. Here from Daytona. Inside 50 laps to go. We're going to crown the winner of the Barr Visuals FTF 500 next. Are back here on FTF. Going to get a restart with 41 laps to go. Here from Daytona. I think we can flip the old lap counter there, Justin.
There we go. Wow.
Now I don't have to do math anymore. All right.
I've struggled with it a few points of this race. I think it was like 130. I was like, it's like 70, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I had to debate grabbing a baseball bat. I'm still not over the Martinsville comments, Jacob.
Oh, boy. All right. Well. Gonna get a restart with 41 to go. Got Kyler Wynn and Matthew Zwack on the front row. Let's see what happens. For Kyler Wynn, it's his first 500. For Matthew Zwack, it is his third, I think. His second green flag. I couldn't find him on my list.
Inside lane didn't get quite the start they've been getting the past couple restarts we've seen, but good group here with Matthew Zwack and Kevin King on the inside. We'll see. Zwack going to go up to the outside, join Kyler Wynn. Had to get out of the throttle for a second, but they're going to be okay. And this outside lane-ish moving.
Oh, boy.
Kyler Wynn to the bottom. Yep. It's
What a
that
move.
time. Going to see a lot more of those.
Tyler just can't quite get the run off the corner on the bottom. Big push by Dylan Alt to the top for Matthew Zwack.
Oh, look at Blake Reynolds moving through the middle of this pack right now. I mean, big moves being made. Wyatt Tinsley drops down in front of him. They have a huge surge of momentum right now, and now Tinsley's going to drop in on the inside lane where he can find a spot.
An update on your pole sitter, Alex Van Desant. He is outside of the top 30 in 34th. He's well back there in the weeds.
Look at this run the middle lane is getting, though. Blake Reynolds, Daniel Falkenham and company not giving up. Parker White is there as well. A lot of these guys looking to make their way through. Tyler Lehnen joins the middle. Michael Cozy Jr. joins the middle just ahead of them. So we're going to be 3 by 3. We're going to be 3 by 3. Zach Novak goes to the middle now. So these guys not quite sure what they want to do with this middle lane. Seth Knoll will go there. 4 drivers, now 5, and we'll 4 again. There's so much uncertainty in the middle lane right now. No one knows what to do. Big shove by Tyler Lane into Michael Cozy Jr. on the bottom lane near the front of the field. 2 cars at the top of your screen there, almost side by side for the lead. Here comes the middle, though. Kyler Wynn, Josh Parker, Zach Novak, Seth Knoll. They're looking to make some headway.
I think these two have provided the surge that this middle line needed. Parker dropping back a little bit, trying to get momentum from Zach Novak. Here comes, you guessed it, Tyler Lane, and no, he's going to drop back into the middle line. I think he thought Kyler Wynn was a little further up than he actually was, but...
Oh, boy.
Oh, Malik.
Man. I mean, this is so many cars.
How about Ryan Naraki? He's up there. You mentioned him as being towards the back. He's sitting there in the top 10 now. Gets a big shove from Falkenham.
Oh,
puts himself in the wall, but it's okay.
Well, he had to avoid Malik coming back at the racetrack. I don't think there was a hole there.
On the middle lane, going to stall big time. Kyler Wynn got loose from Josh Parker. Parker had to check the middle up. They got to start over again. Who was that? Was that slid up in front of everybody? Was that Jake Matheson back there?
Matheson, yep.
Oh, we got one in the apron in the grass.
Jua
hangs on to it.
Yeah, he was blinking for a minute. He's still blinking, it looks like, and the rest of the pack just kind of panicked trying to get around him. Man, oh man, and all of a sudden that middle lane has died out and cycled our former inside lane leader, Cozy, all the way back. Falkingham in front of him. Parker, Kyler Wynn, and Lannon.
Big shove by Kyler Wynn to Tyler Lannon on the bottom to take the lead. Josh Parker going to follow him through. What a shove by Kyler Wynn to get him to the front.
And he still had the run to just move him out of the way and pass him, and this is dicey.
And I mean, 37 laps to go. This is that point in the race where you start to feel those laps ticking down. Kyler Wynn, big block on Malik Ray in the middle line. I don't know how he didn't spin it. Wow.
That just effectively killed the middle lane right there. So late blocks are not going to help you go to the front. Kyler wanted to pick up Malik, but Malik had to check up big time to do it. And now they've got a lot more ground to make up as the front of the field pushing each other. Here comes Matthews, whack for the lead. He's going to side draft Tyler Lannon into 3, take the lead, and make his way towards that bottom. Josh Parker following him through.
And I mean, that indecisiveness is going to directly invite chaos.
Oh,
you got to figure out what you're going to do. There go Malik and Kyler down to the inside.
35 to go.
Novak. Oh, Malik Ray!
Oh, Kyler. Oh, man.
Just everybody in that inside lane there. My goodness.
It's about that time.
But again, I mean, you can feel it pick up here. I mean, again, laps are ticking down, and that intensity is really starting to pick up at this point. Look at this move from Michael Cozy Jr. going to that outside lane. He's picking up Zwack in there, trying to go to the front, side by side for the lead now.
As the great Jim Ross once said, business is about to pick up here, and it is. Cozy, Falkingham at the front, Zwack, all the heavy hitters. Not that there's a little bit of them. There's a lot of heavy hitters in this race, and they are starting to race like there's $500 on the line, which there is.
Oh,
it's
Naraki.
Picking up big time here.
Ryan Naraki tagged the outside wall for a second. He had to really get out of the throttle. Got that outside lane stacked up behind him, and this is where you start to get dicey, and this is where we start to see the big wrecks. Look at Dylan Alt dashing in and out of line. He's got Seth Knoll, big shove on the inside. Does Falkingham drop back down in front?
Oh boy!
He tried to juke Falkingham out of his gloves, and it didn't quite work. Falkingham slams the door on that inside line in the middle of 3 and 4. Now he'll go back to the middle. He's playing the lanes like he's the leader of the race. The problem is he's trying to hang on to 7th.
And they're not going anywhere with him doing that, so they got to figure this out and stay committed to a lane. Middle lane looks like it's okay now. Top lane is the way to go, though. We're going to see which lane prevails. Middle lane getting a big shove. Kyler Wynn, a great push to Falkingham. Off of turn number 2, Malik Ray following them through. We're going to see if anybody from this top lane will go to the bottom and ditch the top and go to the bottom. Here comes Kyler. Big shot!
Oh, Buckingham! Can he save it again?
No!
No! He collects Frisch up into the wall. Blackford. Akaboyeze's in it as well.
Frisch.
Rocky. And the caution flag's out for the 6th time tonight.
Well, this was just
We
a
can
pure
feel that
racing
coming, yeah?
deal.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. So the move is made kind of late. Kyler goes to the inside, gets a big shot from Malik. Falkingham went to try to cover it, but they were already there. If I was an official, I'd maybe put that on the Falkingham machine, but I am not the official, so we'll see what they say. But that is a bad block if that was up to me.
Hard hit for Blackford.
So here's the move. So Kyler's going to make the move late going into 3, but he is there. Plenty of room. Gets a push.
Oh.
There's nothing Kyler can do. He committed to the move. Malik committed to pushing him, and Falkingham just was a little too late on that block, and chaos ensues.
I don't think he expected Kyler to get a big push there from Malik Ray. I think when he saw Kyler pull out of the line, he was going to have time to get to the inside, but that run was just too strong from Kyler Wynn. This is on board with Ryan Noraki. We'll talk about nowhere to go.
Yeah, and I mean, as a driver in that situation, I mean, Sean, are you mirror driving there if you're Falkingham, or I mean?
You definitely are, I would say, because you want to make sure you're not. Falkingham was preventing himself from getting left out to dry, so he definitely was mirror driving. But there's points where you can just make moves are made behind you that, unless you time it perfect, you're going to be left out to dry, and that's what was going to happen for Falkingham in that case. I don't think he saw Kyler making the move, but I don't think he anticipated him getting the big shot from Malik at that point, and ultimately that's what caused the wreck, I think. It's a tough situation, literally just, as they say in sports, a bang-bang play, but that's what can happen. Decisions are made in a split second and has a positive and negative effect on the races, and case in point here.
Your top 8 have stayed out on the racetrack.
There's absolutely no... Frisch said he had 0 damage. There's no way.
Cozy, Josh Parker, Tyler Landon, Kyler Wynn, Malik Ray, Wyatt Tinsley, Zach Novak, and Parker White all stayed out. Everybody else visited pit road, mostly, again, for fuel.
Well, I guess we got to take his word for it.
And I mean, looking through the field real fast.
Is this the point where we just wad him up for the rest of the race?
I don't know. The way we've been racing, though, I feel like we've gotten to several we're going to wad him up points, and we've kept it clean.
Fuel mileage is out the window.
It is for some, not for everybody. Again, your top 8 stayed out here, and you still got the potential for overtime as we hit the choose cone. Oh my God, Dylan Alt. We'll see. It's going to be a huge penalty for Alt. He's going to have a long trek. There it is. Black flag. Dylan Alt.
Josh Mendoza is on it.
And Steven Gibson gets a penalty for too many stalls on pit exit.
Man. It is crazy. I mean, we're at the point 30 laps to go in this race, and I mean, I can count on my fingers the amount of cars with really any major damage. That would be Ryan Naraki, Brian Mercurio we saw a little bit earlier, Brian Blackford after that last wreck. I mean, everybody for the most part looks really good. and again are still in contention for this race win. So going to be an interesting last 30 to finish this thing out. It's still anyone's race to win.
"29 laps to go on the restart. You have 3 former champions of the 500 in this race. Michael P. Frisch, he is 34th. Kazman Yoneshu is 31st. And Ryan Nalraki, who is 41st.
Yeah.
Odds looking good of a brand new Barr Visuals FTF 500 champion.
And I mean, again, 30 laps to go here on this restart. If you're starting back in the field, I mean, I know you're not going to win the race here on lap 171, but you're definitely going to want to try to put yourself in that position to do so. Going to have to start working now.
Pay attention to those FTF cars back there. See what they do.
29 to go. Green flag.
Parker White goes immediately to the top. He's got a big push from Zwack behind. Top lane is rolling, though. Lena with a big push from Kyler Wynn. Bottom lane not making much headway down there. Top lane is clear.
Rewind a little further back already. Leading the charge, Kevin King. Derek Bordeaux and Jordan Haynes right behind.
Shout out to Jordan. I guess he got his car fixed. He was involved a couple cautions ago in that wreck. So we'll see if Jordan can make his way up through there.
And again, Lawson Peel tried to jump up in front of Kevin King in the middle 3 wide there and did not have the room. Really close call, and they sorted out. But that stalls the momentum out of that middle line once again. And I mean, if you're wanting to use it, 28 laps to go. You're running out of time here to really start it. As here comes one car. That's Jake Matheson's trying to make it work. Here comes Malik Ray.
It's going to get turned by Kyler Wynn into Zwack. David O'Brown involved. He comes down into Peel. And a half a dozen cars involved, maybe more.
Same exact thing that happened last time.
That's 2 that
Look
have
at David
crashed
O'Brown.
off the bumper of Kyler Wynn. This one, I think the 82 is a little more responsible for.
Let's get a look if we can. When we get a good look, but break this one down. So we're looking at David Brown. Yeah.
We may need to look at that one from high above.
Yeah, it's tough.
I don't know where I would place that, honestly. I mean, yeah, Kyler makes a last-second move, but if you're landing in that scenario, I mean, you're not clear. Malik Ray is pushing Kyler Wynn. They have the momentum there. They jump out of line. I mean, I know you don't want to drop to the back, but...
Let's see. Does that 64, does Landon hold his line?
And
Poulin says it's on 64.
Yeah. I'd call that on the 64 there. I mean, he's making a very late reactionary move, which, I mean, you have to do in that scenario. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, it's still... I'd place that more on the 64 than the 82.
So on board with Kevin McAdams.
How many of the FTF machines made it through this?
Oh. Ouch.
That
Yeah,
is-
and Cosman in front of him. He's in it.
That is the risk you
Yikes.
run when you elect to be at the back the whole race, because if you want to win, you got to get to the front at some point. And you got to somehow get through the minefield that is the end of these races.
Parker White, your race leader. Go
Never
figure.
said that before, ever, in FTF.
Never.
Now, what better way to completely dominate the series, then win 14 races, and then come back in 2024 and win right off the bat. And I mean, we again talked to him pre-race. He said he didn't really feel all that great about his chances, but he must be doing something right to be in the lead here with 26 to go.
I would like to point out that the spotter of the 64 machine is none other than Brian Hicks.
Wow.
So that might tell us all we need to know there.
Wow. Hey, that's a Firecracker 400 winning spotter right there you're talking.
The guy who won the race by saying, "I'm going to leave you alone here for the last 2 laps." Brian is not happy with me in the Twitch chat right now.
Yeah, he first called for a cease and desist.
And we kid because we care.
Choosing
Unless
here.
you're Sean.
All right, here we go.
Wow.
Where's the choose? Is not generated itself.
It has to come up out of the ground. You got to wait. Oh, there it is.
Wow.
I thought the actuator was broken. Let's see who hits it.
Yeah. Hey, Dylan.
Can we just, instead of the choose cone, can we just replace it with the digger cam?
No. Cannot do that.
I do not miss that.
I mean, you don't want a little gopher screaming at your Rex?
With the amount of cartoony crap they do now, I'm surprised they haven't brought it back.
You want a little like comic book cell shaded digger with a six-pack?
We're gonna get Digger and company with the comic book series.
He's the Gopher racetrack king, man. You got to respect him.
How about they put Punxsutawney Phil out there? I think that's the better.
You know what? I know you have to pronounce that.
Matthews
but that was impressive.
EOL penalty. Drove through too many pit boxes on pit exit.
Violated the Hicks rule. Again, that's 3 people that have done it.
At least.
Nobody
Sean, we're gonna get sued. You gotta calm down.
Nobody has violated the Butler rule, which is changing lanes before the line, which is very hard to do at Daytona.
Thought we were gonna say overheating the motor.
That's the other one.
Okay. I didn't realize there were multiple.
I didn't think we had to make a
Butler
rule for
rule
not
1.
overheating the motor.
Well, I don't know. Said it's been the common theme for you this week. So.
Should be common sense, which apparently
Yeah.
I lack a lot of after.
So should driving through
last
too many
race.
pit boxes and changing lanes before the start-finish line.
Yeah. We don't afraid of anything here at FTF.
24 laps to go in the restart. Parker White and Michael Cozy Jr. on the front row. Josh Parker, Kyler Wynn, Jake Matheson, Tinsley Novak, Noel Conrath, and King your top 10. We're back to green in the 500.
Great launch there for Parker White. He's going to come up in front of Michael Cozy Jr. now, who has Kyler Wynn behind him. That's going to leave Parker leading the inside.
Josh Parker.
I mean, 2 Parkers.
Yes.
The Parker and Parker show up at the front. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue like Dale and Dale. There's
Kyle and
Santi
Kyle.
Tires. There he goes. Bye-bye. Stuck in the sucker hole, and he is going to the back.
Walkingham as well here, and just no help. He'll find a spot in line behind Akabueze. Here comes Blake Reynolds. I thought Dylan Alt was going to go with him, but he went all the way up to the high side. Big checkup, and now he gets out of line. Here comes Jack Mace thinking about it, and all of a sudden we're going to pick right up where we left off, and that's what you got to do. 23 laps to go in this race. You got to get up to the front here shortly.
Cosman to the middle, 3 wide. He's a former winner of the 500. He knows what it takes. Alt jumps back to the outside, though, leaving that middle line somewhat to dry.
Santee and Drew are not happy with each other back there. A lot of discussions as look at this run by Josh Parker to the inside of Parker White. A big push for Matheson. Late move by Seth Knoll behind him to go to the middle. He's got no help in there. Here comes Zach Novak. He jumps to the middle. Jordan Haynes.
Somehow Jordan. Oh, man.
Josh Chin does not save it.
Paul
He
Mikolajczyk.
collects Paul Mikolajczyk, Matthew Zwack,
Steven
Van
Gibson.
DeSant. Caution number 8.
Matthew Zwack spun there, and he just Brad Keselowski'd into that wreck.
We are in the part of the race where we're just going to keep wadding them up. Falkingham just hooked Jordan. Good job by Jordan to save that, by the way. That could have been a lot worse.
Yep.
But Josh Chin gets the worst of it, I think.
Mikolajczyk just got clipped. Almost made it through that.
I believe they're going to put that on Falkingham. Let's see what he
that's
sees.
his. Well, here's the thing. If they put it on Falkingham, that's his second. He's done. If that's Falkingham's second incident, he's done for the night.
Did he have one earlier?
Yeah, remember when he blocked Kyler?
Oh,
Yep,
they did
and
call that
they
one
do
on him.
call
Okay.
it. Yeah, they do call it one.
That's
So
it.
he's done.
There it is. Officially.
Daniel Falkingham's chance to win the Barr Visuals FTF 500 goes up in smoke. Your stage 1 winner will not get the chance to win the race.
Getting a report that there is an incident between Santee Tiras and Dalen Barr. I did hear Santee yelling at somebody in the race chat. That was during this run. If the reports are true, Dalen Barr stays making enemies in this race, apparently. But he's out there having a good time. He sponsored this series for a long time. He takes some pretty darn good pictures as well of real-life NASCARs. Very talented individual is Dalen.
So Dalen Barr lost the draft. Oh, yeah.
Did you investigate it?
Let's rewind to lap 174. No, Barr's a lap down. Yeah, lap 178. So Dalen Barr is 4 laps down.
Purple car on the outside.
Yep, it happens in turn 1 and 2. So I think we're a lap behind.
We got time.
We're a lap behind, so we're coming to it.
We're under caution. We got time.
So we're coming to it. Here comes Tires backing his way through the field.
Where's Dalen come into this?
So Tires still hasn't gotten all the way to the back yet.
That is not him.
Oh, we're going
along here. This is
yeah.
This
right
is
there.
yep.
Right
Okay,
there's
there's Dalen in a 91,
Is he going to try to?
and he just
Oh no!
Oh,
yeah.
wow!
So that's why Tires was unhappy.
I would not be happy if I was Santee either. So,
Yeah, and he's now working on the race car in the pit lane.
wow, that's a heck of a way to go out. He's not out of the race, but he's just been severely, what's the word I'm looking for? Inconvenienced.
Parker White's on the apron, just hanging around.
All right, are we choosing this time?
It's Sean's favorite.
We are choosing Cone Enhance.
There it is.
Wow.
Nobody chooses the bottom. A couple of people to the bottom already.
Josh Parker, Kevin King.
I'm waiting for someone to just get turned off of someone's bumper, making a late move.
Yep.
Again, if they hit, like what Chris Wetz did right there was okay. He didn't hit the tip of the arrow.
Oh boy.
Open that can of worms again, but
18 laps to go on the restart.
Again, we're just so late in this race at this point. I mean, Sean, if you're someone like, just for example, Malik Ray sitting in 22nd right now, how aggressive are you on this restart? How hard has it been to pass? How hard is it, to pass, to get up to the front, to try to contend for this win? I mean, are you going immediately on the restart? Are you trying to, bide your time a little bit, maybe stay out of a wreck or two? What's the strategy here, you think?
I don't think there's any time to bide at this stage of the race. I mean, he's got to go. I mean, he has to pick off over a car a lap, essentially, to get to the front here. And that's not counting any other melees that ensue in front of him. So he's not only got to get through all these cars, make the right lane decisions perfectly each time, and he just has to avoid wrecks as they happen too. So he has a tough task ahead of him, but I mean, Malik is widely regarded as the best super speedway driver in the game, has been for a while, so if anybody can do it, he can. But he's got to be ultra aggressive to get up there.
Paul Mikolajczyk spun on the backstretch all of his own volition. He has gotten it looped back around and is catching back up with the field.
You said wrong gear in the race chat.
Oh, trouble.
Come on, Paul.
Oh, boy. All right, well, 18 laps to go. In the Barr Visuals FTF 500, Parker White and Josh Parker on the front row for the restart. We're back to racing at Daytona.
Cozy and Parker White, great communication there. They left Kyler Wynn a little bit, but they will have the edge going into turns 1 and 2 over Josh Parker, Kevin King, Seth Knoll, all in this bottom line. Again, lots of heavy hitters up in this top 10 right now.
Novak.
Look at Zach Novak trying to make the middle lane work off turn number 2 down the Daytona super stretch.
I think he thought he was going to get some help from Wyatt Tinsley or
boy.
somebody else, but nobody went
Green!
with him. There goes AJ Green around, and the caution's out.
You saw that coming. The bottom lane got jammed up. They were not square down there, and one of them was going to be turned around, and unfortunately it was AJ.
Off the bumper of Justin Bolton.
Take a look. You see everybody's just not square with each other, not in a line, and somebody is going to get turned for it. Could have been a lot worse if there were blowover physics on this car. It might have happened, but fortunately,
that's at the same
Ryan Preece,
same spot where Ryan Preece had his crash. Yeah,
pretty much. He's able to turn it around. Doesn't hit anything. Keeps it going straight and moving. Maybe could have gotten away with not throwing a caution, but the rule is, I believe, 2 or more cars making contact and resulting in one of them spinning. Here's the push, and you just see everybody's all out of line, going for a line that's not there. I don't know who they're going to put that on, but we'll find out.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say that's got to be a racing deal.
Yeah.
I mean, you get stacked up like
here's
that,
the thing,
nobody's lifting.
It's on Bolton, and it's on the 34 of Derek Bordeaux.
Do they mean
shared racing deal between the 27 and the 34, not the 01. So not AJ Green.
Well, cautions breed cautions again.
Yep. 034, yeah. So that is Bordeaux, because there's no 34 in the race, so it has to be Bordeaux.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, again, everybody's trying to make up so much time. They're going to be so aggressive. I mean, here in a few laps, we're going to be under 10 laps to go. I mean, at that point, you got to start making that third line if you want to advance your position. But it is going to get gridlocked at some point, and I mean, it's going to boil over, and that's what makes wrecks at this stage of the race so common. Is because everybody's vying for 10 spots, and there's still 40 drivers trying to fight for them. So get a good look at Parker White and how calm his little virtual dude is, just chilling in there.
The digital representation of Parker White.
Yep.
Maybe can train those things to have emotions soon. He looks good.
All right. Cool.
Thank you, Caleb.
Great analysis as always.
Only the best. Was it?
That's what
Soft
you get to
hands
expect
can
right here on FTF.
caress the wheel.
You wanted the best. You got these guys instead.
Hey, I mean, we struggle to do basic math over here at FTF, so I don't want to hear about analysis.
Who's we?
Me and Jacob.
Okay.
You're excluded, Sean.
I can
That's
math.
because Sean hasn't had to do math on air. That's why.
I can math really good.
The Sean Butler rule of doing addition.
That is one of my favorite phrases, though. You wanted the best, you got these guys instead. If gap car.
We'll have 14 laps to decide the winner. We'll choose here.
Everybody
Again,
choosing
nobody
the outside.
wants the bottom. Matheson chooses the bottom. So does Kevin King. If we can get a couple laps down here, I think that bottom might be worth something. But everybody's picking the top of the racetrack. And that's what we saw in the tiny text last night.
I think Frisch might have just scammed himself a few spots there. And he's going to be on the outside. So I'm surprised he hasn't been at the front more in this race. I mean, granted, he did overshoot his stall on the first pit stop, but he's a winner of this race, going for the Coke Series, runs this car a lot. Super Speedway, he's very good at the super speedways. You would think he'd be up there more. I'm just surprised that a lot of these guys elected to just stay in the back the whole race. And it's getting to the point now where we're barely getting 5 green flag laps now.
We had just 4 cautions in the first half of the race. And now we're up to 8.
Thank you, Houston. Appreciate you.
And usually I'd save this question for later in the race, but I want you to channel your inner Nostradamus here, Sean. 15 laps to go.
Okay.
Who's your gut telling you?
I don't know. I mean, like I said,
Who's gonna survive?
Anybody in this front pack can win. It's such a lottery at this point now. There's really no clear cut on who's going to win this thing. So your guess is as good as mine, Caleb. I'm low-key glad I'm up here watching the race because I would be stressing out a lot if I was down there in the top 5 and 10 with this field. But we'll see.
That was a long way of saying.
Yeah.
Yes, the viewers win.
All right, here we go. 14 laps to go. We're always for the fans here. Green flag.
For the fans.
Great launch from Parker White upstairs on the outside of the racetrack.
Tyler Wynn hinting that he wants to go to the middle. Blake Reynolds. Zach Novak again goes to the middle with no help.
And I mean, that bottom lane was stacked up. Matheson just did not get going and still really hasn't gotten going in comparison to everybody else. I mean, here comes Wyatt Tinsley. He's going to try the middle lane because that 52 is just not going, and Kevin King is just stuck to the back end of him.
Nowhere for that bottom side to go, and now the outside line might think about dropping downstairs with all the real estate. That's what Blake Reynolds is going to do. Wyatt Tinsley gets to his back bumper, gives him a push. Here comes Novak down to the bottom, and now Tinsley gets hung out to dry as Reynolds drops downstairs.
Oh, Matheson almost gets turned
by Kevin King. Can he hang on? Yes, and Kevin King's even nice enough to let him back onto the racetrack. How nice of him is that? 13 to go.
What a guy.
And I mean, Kevin King was asking over the radio if Matheson had damage, and Jake said no. He just could not get going on that restart, and that's put Kevin King all the way back in the thick of this pack. And now the bottom in the middle lane, they're going to have to really get regrouped here if they want to have a surge for this outside.
Oh, trouble in the back. Santi Tires into the wall. Jake Nichols. Car spinning through the grass. Lawson Peel. Caution flags out for the 9th time. Excuse me, the 10th time.
Great line again.
Net code.
Was that? That was RNC.
Yeah. Net code there between Naraki and Tires. Been a rough go as of late for the rookie, Tires. Another angle.
He just kept drifting up.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything you can really do in that scenario.
Did who else was that got spun? Did Lawson Peel hit anything back there? He's good.
Yep, he's good to go.
Lawson Peel, well, he slides to the grass. There is some contact I saw between he and I believe it was Lucas Plessel after the fact.
Kyle Riley has purchased a Chris Wetz update. Chris Wetz is back in P36.
And we also have Michael Cozy Jr.
Uh-oh.
He has blinked out.
His
and
game
is
crashed.
gone. His game crashed.
Oh, no.
He was inside the top 5. The good news is it happened under a caution. The bad news is he's going to lose at least a lap here. And he's going to have a tough time getting that lap back. Unfortunately, Twitch doesn't have enough money, so it's got to make a little bit more. We got to step aside and go to a break. When we come back, for real this time, we'll finish the Barr Visuals FTF 500. You're watching FTF on FTF. We welcome you back to FTF's live coverage of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Brian Blackford has a black flag. I don't know why. It must have been something coming off pit road. Michael Cozy Jr., we told you right before we went to break, he fell out of the session. He has just returned to the racetrack. There you see him there, coming off pit road. He's going to get waved around the race, around the pace car. He's going to get one lap back. He is still one lap down. So he should get that other lap back, I think, to get him back onto the lead lap. Or no, scoring has him just one lap down. So he passes the field here. And yeah, so Cozy is back on the lead lap now. He's not going to make the back of the field though. obviously because we're coming to 1 to green here. But Cozy will more than likely need another caution to catch back up, as Hamilton Akaboyeze also has fallen out. He just got back in. Somebody that's been more toward the mid-pack. But getting ready for the restart. 38 cars on the lead lap. That includes Cozy. As we have 9 laps to go in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Parker White and Justin Bolton on the front row. Back to green. 9 laps to go in the Barr Visuals FTF 500.
Good launch for Parker White, and you thought it was crazy these last few restarts. It's really going to pick up here. Look at Kyler Wynn getting glued to the back bumper, that number 53 machine. Here comes Bolton down on the inside. He has help from Hawken, Jack Mace, Blake Reynolds all in line together. Seth Knoll going to opt out, try to make that middle lane work.
Oh, my.
Oh,
Dancing
man.
around like crazy, and Bolton, oh, boy. Brandon Hawken to the
In the
front.
Chevy. In the
out
Chevy.
of Ontario, Canada. In the Chevy.
It's supposed to be a Mustang, but he's leading. Look at this behind them. 3x3x3. Drivers clamoring for every little bit of real estate they can. Hawken, Parker White, Wynn, Josh Parker, Jack Mace, your top 5. And Michael P. Frisch has somehow snuck his way up there. 5th car in line. Now 4th. Kyler Wynn ducks to the bottom looking for the lead off of 2.
Here comes Kyler Wynn down on the bottom of the racetrack. I know he's been the pick of a lot of folks watching the race. He's got the push from Jack Mace in the 07, but that top side is just too strong for now. We're coming to 7 laps to go. They are 3 wide, 6, 7 rows deep outside the top 10.
I'm really surprised we haven't seen that middle lane come in more. They're starting to get grouped up together now, but laps are ticking off the board. Zach Novak, big shove from Dylan Auld as they cross the stripe once again. They're going to have to figure something out. Here comes your pole sitter, Van de Sant. He's going down to the inside.
Nate Stewart makes contact and holds on with Dylan Auld. Plessel's around. He saves it, maybe. No, they don't. Around goes the 000. Alt still drifting it on the apron. Lucas Plessel sideways. And that's the longest wreck to not wreck I've ever seen in my life.
Big sad for Lucas Plessel there.
They didn't wreck.
They did not wreck. They wrecked. They just didn't spin.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. Like, they didn't completely do a 360. They sure as heck were sideways, but...
This is probably one of those Josh Mendoza safety cautions. So let's see.
Yeah.
Nate with a late move underneath. I can't tell who that is. He was trying to get under. That was Dylan Ault, I think.
Yeah, and they were okay until that point.
Jordan
when the
Haynes got
000,
involved again.
Jordan Haynes, when Haynes got turned around, that's when the caution came out.
This is how Michael Cozy Jr. wins this race.
Seriously, gets him back on the lead
master
lap.
plan.
So
Now-
there was the aforementioned huge shove there on Zach Novak. Van de Sant goes down. Nate tries to go down under Dylan Ault, and there was just no room for that. He tried to pull a fast one on him, and I'm gonna say that was on the 4. We'll see what the race officials say. We will see if there's any fault put on any individuals for that, but that appeared to me, guys, to be a little too late of a move by Nate Stewart. See what he
Forward
sees.
with him.
Yeah, there's
100%. 100%.
There's just
Yeah.
nothing there.
I mean, I'm still in awe of just how long that wreck was. I feel like we could have cut to break, and by the time we came back, it still would have been happening.
Yeah. We need an Applebee's commercial.
Okay.
Very specific
We
reference.
are coming to 5 to go here.
We'll say
So we
that
will
could have been a lot
3 to
worse.
3 to go on the restart. So we are dangerously close to overtime. We already talked about Cozy. He is caught up with the back of the field. Some drivers are pitting. He will not, so he is 34th. And Cozy, it's possible. He tried some unique strategy with Ryan Doucette last year. They had crashed at one point, getting onto pit road. Then the field crash that got him back in a position with the rest of the field. Cozy wound up finishing 13th. His teammate Ryan Doucette wound up winning it. There's Akabueze getting his lap back after he fell out of the session. Nate Stewart gets called. It's a safety caution as well, but Nate Stewart gets the EOL for it. Cozy is on the lead lap. In 35th.
Nate Stewart getting his EOL.
Yep. And he had such high hopes for this race based off of the week he's had here at Daytona.
Wow.
In these cars and in GNS.
If that was me doing that, I would have gotten yelled at by a certain somebody that will not be named.
Yep.
May or may not rhyme with Jack Bronson.
It has been nice to not have that tyrant up here in the booth yelling at us, barking out commands. But I mean, look at this top 10 right now, guys. Brandon Hawken with the lead. Parker White, obviously 14 wins last year.
Oh.
Josh Parker, Kyler Wynn, Michael P. Frisch as they all come to the choose line. Jack Mace, Braxton DeWeese, Blake Reynolds, Kevin McAdams, Justin Bolton. So, I mean,
the script was leaked. Cozy wins. All right. I'd like to see how that happens.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm not going to believe it right now. Brian Mercurio's odds of winning.
What does Vegas say?
Yeah.
Mercurio right now is running in the top 10. His car was killed earlier, so I'm surprised. AJ Green gets an EOL. Driving through too many pit boxes on exit, but Mercurio is in the hunt, I'd say. He's not a wild card team. He's not leading a division. He's in the hunt.
Aaron Rodgers was able to come back halfway through the season this time, not miss the whole thing.
Yeah, was spotted on the practice field.
There he is.
Somebody just live bet Parker White.
Yeah.
Not a bad one.
Get your picks in now, folks. This is
Yeah, Vegas closes soon, baby.
Yep.
Well, let's go around the horn then. Caleb, who wins?
Man, looking at this front, I was gonna go Cozy all the way, but I gotta go. Now that he's out of it, his other counterpart here, who's been really quiet, but is currently sitting 6th. I'm gonna go Michael P. Frisch.
John?
Give me Blake Reynolds. Been quiet all day. He's been slowly up here. I think Blake somehow maneuvers his way through the chaos and wins this thing.
I'm buying into the hype. Malik Ray wins.
From 14th.
Hey, I would love to see it happen here. I mean, if there's anybody to do it, he will in that middle lane.
The party?
Yeah,
for
dude.
Malik Ray winning this race?
Yeah, dude.
Here we go. 3 laps to go in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Could this be the last restart? We'll find out. Green flag.
Pretty equal start here. Parker White all over that back bumper of Hawken. Kyler Wynn, Jack Mace down on the inside. Does anybody go to the middle here?
Not yet. A lot of drivers in the back working their way up toward the top. It's just 5 cars on the bottom at the front of the field as they make their way down the backstretch. Almost everybody lined up to the outside.
It's
just side by side. Here comes Wynn with a run.
It's just everybody shoving each other into 3. Wynn with a great push from Jack Mace. Where do they go? Do they stay on the bottom? Jack goes to the top. Kyler throws the block. Checks up the high lane. Kyler still blocking. Almost gets turned. Bottom lane can't take advantage, though. Blake Reynolds and Kevin McAdams, not enough steam down there. Kyler Wynn to the front at Daytona. 2 to go.
Here goes Mace to the bottom. Jack Mace in the 07.
Has the push now from Blake Reynolds. Caution's out. They're wrecking in the back. Huge crash in the back of the field. Up against the wall. David L. Brown, Paul Mikolajczyk, Jordan Haynes, Wyatt Tinsley. And we are going to overtime. Derek Bordeaux, I think he just towed it. Lucas Plessel involved in this. A lot of damage to the David L. Brown machine in the 83.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Hard hit there.
Jordan
Was that
Haynes.
Jordan Haynes?
Yeah,
Haynes
again.
getting turned by Bordeaux.
We need a replay there. I mean, I don't know if that was just side draft gone wrong from the 34 of Bordeaux or what was going on there. We'll see it. Get the blimp cam.
Jordan went low.
Man.
I don't know why that even happened.
Yeah, see Chris Wetz barrel his way through that. Got some damage, but
Bordeaux would have been fine. Like he just needed to stay up there, but he just like kind of followed Jordan down and then just hooked him.
I mean, again, it's a split-second decision there, but I think maybe at the last second he saw David L. Brown with less momentum and wanted to go with Haynes. But, I mean, obviously he's already there at that point. You can't make that decision that late. And
David L. Brown's game crashed after the crash. He already had a ton of damage. So he's going to fall out here.
Wyatt Tinsley was in that wreck as well. I mean,
time for overtime.
Fitting.
Yep.
You knew it was coming. Could you stop it? It's a big no. Can't wait for was the 2024 Barr Visuals FTF 500 a good race post on Twitter and seeing what the results were. Cozy got damage from that.
yeah, Cozy got he was in the middle of that pack that I mean, just kind of huddled around the apron and then slid up towards the wall. He did good, all things considered, but still has, again, some pretty considerable damage from that. Mentioned Wyatt Tinsley as well. He has some big damage from that. So, I mean,
Jordan Haynes has provided an update. He says he's already been checked and released from the care center and his back is broken. How do they release you with a broken back, Jordan?
Oh, boy.
Rocky Boyd brings up a good point in the chat. Jack Mace would be the first British FTF 500 winner. It is early in the morning over there. So Jack working into the wee hours of the night / morning to have a chance to win the Barr Visuals FTF 500. What a story.
and guys like Blake Reynolds and Kyler Wynn around him. I'm going to need the Americans to pull them belts tight one more time here on this restart.
Don't forget about Kevin McAdams in 5th.
Can we?
He won here back in August, snapping a winless streak that has lasted since 2020. Rode that momentum a little bit into the playoffs at the end of last year. Kevin looking for his 2nd win in a row here at Daytona, and add his name to the list of folks that have won the Barr Visuals FTF 500. In fact, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse thing, motorsport, esport, whatever. He's had a lot of teammates win. Jake Poulin's won here. Ryan Rocky has won here. Cosmin Ionescu has won here in the 500. He's trying to become the 4th driver to get it done tonight.
I mean, he's in a really good spot right now. I mean, you see everybody picks that outside lane. He and Brandon Hawken, as long as they're able to get a good start, if they get a good launch on this restart, they are going to be in prime position to take this. I mean, Kevin especially, he's going to have that option of going to the middle lane. We haven't seen them utilize it these last few restarts as much, but you got to think all bets are off at this point.
Speaking of bets, a little side bet. How many overtimes do we use? Do we use 1, 2, or all 3?
Last year we used all 3.
Mm-hmm.
If we use all 3, do people have enough gas to make it to the end of the race?
How long has this run been?
Well, Josh Parker and Parker White have been out there for 44 laps.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Kyler Wynn has been out there for 47 laps.
Oh, my goodness.
A lot of other folks were on pit road last 32 laps ago. So, oh boy.
We get a Sean Butler room temperature update, 71 degrees, David. Thank you. All right, sorry, Caleb.
Well, I mean, if you're Kyler Wynn, even right now, 47 laps, I mean, I know we spent a lot of that under yellow, but you got to think even this is stretching it for that 182 machine.
Find out, and if he runs out of fuel in front of the field, you're going to know it.
I'm shocked he's been out there for that long. I mean, he's had to be just clutching like crazy. There's no way he can make it if we get to 3 overtimes.
Pace car is going to head to the safety of pit road. I'd still keep the keys in the ignition. Overtime attempt number 1 of 3 at Daytona. Jack Mason, Brandon Hawkett on the front row. Green flag.
Oh, boy.
Oh, and everybody going up to that high line. Michael P. Frisch, Parker White were among them. And that's going to, kill that momentum that McAdams and Hawkins maybe had going off the initial start. They're all bunched up on that outside lane right now, even stacking up a little bit.
Trouble in the back. Cosman's around. He collects Kevin King, and half a dozen more will do it again. Couldn't even get to high gear.
Yep.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse disaster class.
What happened here? What in the world is going on in the back?
3 of the 4 FTF cars. The only one not involved in it is Kevin. He's in the top 5. Now we're looking like the tiny text.
Big checkup. You see on the top lane there.
Just goes up the hill. And
Cosman just indecisive again.
Yeah.
We mentioned how important it is to make your decisions and stick with them. Unfortunately, Cosman looked like he just did not stick with his decision here. On board with Kevin King, pushing Cosman. He goes up. Just didn't really quite go up all the way. I don't think, Caleb. It's another tough one to call.
Well, and again, it was what we were talking about earlier in the race as well. If you don't decide on a lane, then that's going to invite, someone's going to fill that gap. And you will wreck yourself in a lot of other race cars, as evidenced as that, by that right there, if you don't just commit to it. So, rough go of it for the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse machines, except for Kevin.
Not that Kevin. Kevin McAdams.
Yeah.
Yep.
That one. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Abrupt camera pan. All right, this is overtime attempt 2 of 3. We will choose next time by.
I can't wait until cameras on future NASCAR broadcasts are programmed to the transponder in each car. So that way you could just do what you do in iRacing and click on a driver you want to go to. And that'll just eliminate the need for cameramen in the future.
Wow. Would that actually improve the camera work of some stations?
Absolutely not, but you never know.
Okay. In that case, we'd be able to know what happened to Elliott Sadler at Pocono in 2010, but...
David Schilthouse is accusing me of trying to eliminate important American jobs with that. Thank you, David.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
job hater, Sean M. Butler.
There's Dalen.
Yep. Only 1 lap down. He could get back on a lead lap here.
He's back in it. That's Dalen Barr's music if we have one more caution.
Hey, and I mean...
Hey, he finished 6th here last year. Remember that.
Yep.
He was in the top 10. He was in the thick of it at the end of this thing last year, so don't rule anything out. Although it would be a long shot for sure, and I mean, realistically, say, we go green to the end, on this restart. Again, hypothetically, but how many cars would you say are truly in contention? Would you say, like back to 15th, 20th? You can pass that many cars in 2 laps. I mean, I feel like even that's a long shot.
It could happen. We've seen crazier things. What those things are, I'm not sure of, but I'm sure we've seen crazier. I'm getting absolutely slandered in the chat right now. I don't like this.
Wow, David said he hopes that you get less than 8 quality hours of sleep tonight, Sean. How do you feel about that?
Wow, that's a personal attack.
Considering I'm waking up at 7 a.m. tomorrow, he is correct.
Oh, why do you have to do such a thing for that?
We
early Super Bowl.
Some people have jobs.
I don't have to work tomorrow, but we go to the gym early on the weekend mornings.
Just go to the gym later. I gotta be at work. That's like it's an obligation. The gym's not an obligation.
Wow.
You can miss one day, Sean.
For some people, I think it is.
Consistency, Caleb.
This is what you've got it figured out, and I don't.
Dylan Nadwadi in the chat says, I appreciate you, Sean. I appreciate you too, Dylan. Thank you for being here. Some people do have jobs, just not the NASCAR cameraman if Sean had his way. Okay.
Wow.
Schilthouse could go step on a Lego. All right, let's get some discourse in the chat now, guys. Let's calm down.
Let's settle down and return our attention back to the racing. Jack Mace is your race leader. Brandon Hawken is second. Blake Reynolds is third. Parker White fourth. Kevin McAdams fifth. Josh Parker sixth. Then Kyler Wynn, Michael P. Frisch, Braxton DeWeese, Jake Nichols, the top 10. Barr Visuals FTF 500.
In case you forgot what race you're watching.
Yep.
There it is.
There we go. Don't you put that hex on us. 2022 redacted 500 vibes. Don't you dare.
It's not that bad.
We're going green.
Unless somebody cuts the power to Josh and Jake Poulin, I think we're okay. Here we go for the restart. Mace, Hawken on the front row. Green flag in the air. Overtime attempt number 2 of 3 at Daytona. Let's go.
Hawken didn't get going as well there. And again, you see the same thing where Frisch just hops up to that outside lane. These three on the inside glued together. Jake Nichols in this pack as well.
Here they come off too. 3 wide a little further back. Will these get up to 4th gear down the back straightaway? They are shuffling around like a deck of cards, and that's Josh Parker to the back bumper of the 099 of Brandon Hawken, but it's all Jack Mace through 3 and 4. Coming to the white flag. Off the corner, will they make it? They're 3 wide, several rows deep. White flag in the wind, 1 more lap to go.
Here comes that bottom lane, middle lane. Here comes Brandon Hawkins spinning in front of the field.
We say green, no more cautions. No more cautions from here on out. A lot of heavy hitters involved. Still, about 15 cars left as they come off turn number 2. Blake Reynolds trying to push Jack Mace all the way. Will he make his move? He can't wait too late, but he can't make it too early. 1 car gets turned down to the infield. It's Matthew Zwack. Here comes Kevin McAdams with the push from Frisch. McAdams downstairs. Reynolds downstairs. Mace got pushed down in front, maybe too far. Here they come off the corner. Hard crash. Kevin McAdams into the wall. Frisch side by side with Reynolds. That's all Mace needs. Jack Mace wins the Daytona 500 in the FTF Barr Visual Cup Series. What a finish!
Wow.
And we knew that it was going to come down to a big wreck, multiple of them, even out of the last corner. Frisch and Reynolds side by side, and like you said, all Jack Mace needed. What a finish!
Jack Mace is $500 richer, and he wins
the Barr Visuals FTF 500.
How many British pounds is that?
I don't know. Justin's going to have to do the math.
You have to figure that out. But man, congratulations to Jack. A very rare occurrence in these cars of being able to hold everybody off while leading on the restart. Did a great job of hanging there in the top lane, fending off all the heavy hitters behind him. And Jack Mace, 2024 Barr Visuals FTF 500 winner. Well-deserved burnouts. Great job by Jack. Excellent race by everybody up at the front. Very fun and entertaining to watch. Great finish. Yet another FTF classic for the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Well done, everybody.
It is 5:37 a.m. in the UK. Jack Mace, you have won the Barr Visuals FTF 500.
I cannot believe it at all. I don't think I've ever felt my heart beat this much before. That was absolutely insane race. Obviously first FTF win or anything close to it. Never won anything like this before or been in position for it. Absolutely cannot believe it.
Take us through that last lap, trying to hold off Blake Reynolds and company. What did you have to do?
I kept eyes out the windshield. I tried not to focus on the mirror at all because I tried to ignore the inside lane. Me and Blake timed it on the restart. He was going to roll up to me, and then we obviously got the great restart. And then the minute I saw him swing low, I just had to block with the air, and then Frisch got to his inside out of 4. And once he gave me the shot, I kind of was like, oh, you know, they're not going to get there. And somehow beat them all to the line.
Jack, what's this race win mean to you?
Oh, so much, so much. It's 5:40 in the morning right now, so it might sink in a bit more when I sleep and wake up at whatever time, but means absolutely the world. Never won anything big in sim racing before, so this is absolutely huge, and thank you all for putting it on.
Jack Mace, congratulations. You've won the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Go celebrate.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah.
That is Jack Mace, who has won the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Michael P. Frisch hasn't joined us yet. He just took second place over Blake Reynolds. We'll talk with Blake next with Sean Butler.
Blake Reynolds, P3. What did you have to do to get by Jack, if anything?
Like, I got the run, I blocked Frisch, and Jack just did everything he could. The runs were not developing there on that last lap, really. I think everyone was kind of backing up to try to get one, and there was just no mo. So, I blocked Kevin, blocked Frisch, and there was nothing. Jack played it perfect. And then Frisch, that frickin' guy, side drafted me all the way to the finish line. I got third, so I'll take it, man. I mean, I didn't get any stage points, I don't think. I was just kind of vibing there at the back of the race. But, yeah, I mean, it's cool to get the Nitro Circus car up to the podium here at the Daytona International Speedway. Hopefully that logo stays. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, Sean, what did you think of the race?
I thought it was a good race. It was entertaining to watch. Top seemed a little too OP, like it always is in this car, but, you know, it was fun watching people try to navigate through that. You got a little bit of front end damage, but I mean, you're one of the.
I don't know where that came from.
I don't know either. I was about to ask you, like, were you pushing someone too hard? Where the heck did that come from?
I think it was British lag on that white flag. I was pushing the hell out of him.
Wow, unbelievable. What was your strategy? Were you going to push him all the way out as far as you could, but then pass him late? But these things overheat quick, as some of us have experienced in this speed weeks for FTF. Were you getting hot down the backstretch there? It looked like you had to let up a bit.
Yeah, I was, I think the water started blinking at like 264, I think it was. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't want to say it's a shame, but it's interesting that you know, I cooled the car down to like 120, 130 there on the restart, and, you know, I'm already blinking red on the, you know, a lap and a half later. Kind of interesting. I feel like in the past it hasn't been like that, but, oh well. It was a fun set. Did you see how much we were slipping and sliding?
Yes, you know,
left side tires.
You saw what the track temp was, right?
Yeah, I noticed the first run of the race after the first green flag stop. I was looking at the track and I'm like, is that 2 rubber lines? It was very strange. Yeah, good set. I mean, good race. I mean, honestly, even the end wasn't that bad. It wasn't as bad as, like, you know, yesterday. It still felt pretty good. Hats off to FTF, Justin. That's off to you, your broadcasting. Jacob, Caleb, you guys probably called an excellent race. Sean, you as well. A professional in your own work. Yeah.
Well, Blake, it's always a pleasure talking to you as well. Congratulations on P3. And it could have been a lot worse, but you know it wasn't. So congratulations, man. Go enjoy it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jacob.
Let's talk with our second place man, Michael P. Frisch. Tried to become the first guy to repeat a win in the Barr Visual FTF Cup Series in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. He's with Caleb.
And Frisch, I mean, talk us through it there. You're fourth in that outside lane. The pack implodes behind you, and all of a sudden it's just you and 4 others with a chance at the win there. What was out of your windshield on that final lap?
Just having a shot. I mean, it was just so hard to actually be up there and stay up there all night long once you got up there. But going into turn 3, I seen Kevin on my relatives try to make a run and back it up, and I was honestly helping Jack here on the high side, who actually won it, since we're working together and all that in Discord. So I wasn't gonna really pull out going into 3 and try to kill the run. So just tried to navigate on the high side once I seen everyone got low, and told them, give me your right rear and let me get P2. And then we side select Blake all the way to the line to get P2. But man, honestly, just to have a shot in this thing like years in a row is just, I don't know, man. It's hard, it's tough, a little bit of luck, a lot of luck, honestly, but tonight was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's where we are going to go next. I mean, you're so close to that win, but hey, you still got decent momentum. Second place finish, really good points day for you. I know that's not really what you're thinking about at this point, but does that help you move along a little bit at least and set your sights later on this season?
I think the same mindset going into FTF is being the best you can every week, especially a lot of Coke and Pro guys in here running on a weekly basis now, just to get as much Coke practice as they can. So it'll be the normal FTF. It'll be some good mill, but I mean, always winning that 500 is always something. I mean, especially when you've written your name in it once already, you got the taste it once, and you want the second as much as more as you want the first one. So I mean, it's tough.
So close to history for Michael P. Frisch. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Congratulations on the second place finish for that number 58 machine tonight.
Just want to shout out all you guys at FTF and the broadcasters tonight, and everyone for putting this on, because it was a lot of fun. This is like the kickoff to the racing season, so I'm excited.
That is your second place finisher here in the Barr Visuals FTF 500, Michael P. Frisch. We'll go back to you, Jacob.
Well, it's one race down, 35 to go for the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series, and Jack Mace wins, and as long as he makes enough starts, it's going to be locked into the playoffs at the end of the year.
And again, so many heavy hitters here in that right at the end. Looking on down, I mean, Frisch, obviously, Blake Reynolds, Brian Mercurio somehow survived and got an 8th out of that. Malik Ray in the top 10. Even looking on through the rest of the results here.
How about Braxton Deweese there, 5th? Great stuff from him. There's your pole sitter, Alex Vandesant, finishing in 12th. Parker White, the reigning champ, finishes 14th. Kyle Merkel, 16th. Wyatt Tinsley, who started out back, comes home in 19th. The guy that finished last, Malik Ray, he finishes 9th.
Gavin McAdams came across the white flag in 5th? Third, finishes 22nd.
Cozy back there too. He had a really strong car tonight. Tyler Lannon showed his strength early and often. Nate Stewart had a great speed weeks up to this point. Disappointing way to end it back there in 27th.
Kevin King back there, 28th. Chris Wetz was up at the front a good amount. He finishes 30th. going down the rest. I mean, a lot of strong drivers here. Santi Tiras, Brandon Hawken again was leading a good chunk at the end of this thing. Josh Chin, Dalen Barr, Lucas Plussel. Jordan Haynes was involved in like 3 wrecks, not of his doing tonight. That's just unfortunate. Very end, Daniel Falkingham, very strong.
It's your field of 45 tonight from Daytona. Final thoughts, guys. Start with you, Caleb.
I mean, it was everything we anticipated and more, I feel like. I mean, we had a good mix of everything in there. Think about that. That first 65-lap run, caution-free. We had green flag pit stops. We were coming up on that second round. Who knows what that would have looked like had we gotten there, but it all played out how it did, and we got a lot of cautions there in the second half. But either way, I mean, how about Jack Mace, holding off everybody there? I mean, we had him written off up here in the booth. I mean, we were talking about, Frisch and Blake Reynolds, Malik Ray, but Jack Mace from that front row, once he got in control of those restarts, he just never looked back. So how about that for him? And he talked about how big of a win that was for him. So what a way to start off the racing season here with just an absolute banger from Daytona. I mean, that was just absolutely incredible. And I think, at least I was very proud to have been up here and watched it with you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was definitely a great race to either be a part of or watch. As Blake Reynolds said, Jack just played the last lap perfectly, did exactly what he needed to do to keep everybody behind him. And it's always cool to see someone win in this race for the first time. And Jack has been in FTF for a couple years now, and I've seen him a bunch in official races. He's really fun to race around, good dude overall, and to see him win this race is really cool. So shout out to Jack playing the last lap perfectly, keeping everybody behind him and taking home, I believe it was calculated to be at about 395 pounds or something like that. So whatever it gets converted out to, but nonetheless, a great payday for Jack, and overall great way to kick off the FTF season. Really excited to see where the rest of the year takes us.
And good luck to Justin, who has to now do the math to figure out what he needs to send there to across the pond to Jack Mace. Congratulations to Mace, the winner of the 500. We got a week off next week because, the real drivers get to go down to Daytona and do this song and dance for real. Can't wait for that next week. Qualifying Wednesday, duels Thursday, Friday's truck, Saturday, Xfinity, ARCA, and then we wrap it all up on Sunday. That's all weather dependent. We are back the Monday after the 500. GNS is at Bathurst. I believe that's a bottom split race. And then we are back with the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series in 2 weeks' time from the Atlanta Motor Speedway. We go to another plate track. I'm sure there are some drivers that are looking forward for us to get to some real racetracks later on in the year. Nonetheless, Jack Mace, the winner of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. My thanks to Justin Malillo producing, Caleb Hoffman and Sean Butler alongside me. I'm Jacob Hitz. So long from Daytona. Tinsley sends it to the outside. He can't get there. Kevin King is going to win the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series.
Into the lead. Bud gets wrecked in front of the pack. He saves it. 3-4 wide as they come to the white flag.
Here comes Vargas down on the apron. They are 5 wide. Ian Plash will win it at the line. Is this package? Oh, there goes Jordan Lopez Jr. That's your race leader. Caution flag is out.
Still no one willing to give up as they're going to be dead even off of the first chicane.
Oh, he saves it. What's going to happen here? Here comes the canvas.
Get your front gear.
He's got it.
He's got it. He's got it.